Well. Welcome in, guys. Happy fucking Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday, baby. It's Flat Fuck. Wait, hold on. I'll do it for you. Do it for you. Where is it? There it is. All right, it's Flat Fuck Friday. There, I made the bit. They're back. They're back. But welcome in, guys. My badge. Oh, the art badge is gone for some reason. It could just be a Twitch bug. Sometimes, like, for some reason, Twitch doesn't like its own badges half the time. I did not take it away, I promise. I have not touched anything. So it's probably just a Twitch bug. Go re-equip it, dork. Yeah, see if you can re-equip it. See if it shows up in like the settings, so like badge settings and stuff. But welcome in, guys. How has your Friday been? With the power of tungsten, I cast tungsten forehead. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's not here. Hold on, let me go see. Because I didn't remove it. Let me go. Should be alphabetical, so it shouldn't be hard to find you. R. Yeah, it says you still have, it still says you have the artist thing. Still says you have it. Okie dokie. Still finishing up work, having a snacky. Ooh, hi, Mad Dog. How are you doing? Thank you. It's a chibi model, and it's the one thing that chat really likes to do is run away with my hair in this model because that can do that. It can also do this. Yeah. High functioning chibi. You may not understand, but this is peak VTuber form. Anyway, laying down, thinking about sleep. Hi, Mocha. Mocha, isn't it late for you? Or is it super early? I forget which. With the power of... I cast Armstrong Ordain.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
But chat, why would you do that to me? It's 2 a.m. Go to bed. Go to bed, Mocha. Go to bed. It's bedtime. It's past bedtime. It's Eve o'clock, okay? It's time for the Betty Buys. Great timing? What do you mean? Just likes to whip out the noodle neck to weird. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the. Ow! Stop it. It hurts. Queens, what? What is it, Queens? What can I do for you? Did something happen? Did I miss something? Cool mode for your models. I love it. Thank you. That's some good bullying. Oh my God. See, there's your badge. It's right there. It didn't go nowhere. You're fine. But I also don't think it's a ghost badge. It's Twitch being stupid. Gosh darn it, Doc. All right. Get your wiggles out. Get your wiggles out. All right. Chat. Wait, what is that emote? Is that an Amogus? Is that basically just like a static, really dumpy Amogus What board game into video game? Betrayal on the House on the Hill. The board game is Betrayal on the House on the Hill. We played it once on stream with like V and Tia and Bard. I don't remember who all was there. I'm pretty sure Seth was there. I wonder what it's about. I wonder indeed. Is it based off? No. This is before that show actually came out. This board game has been around for quite a while. I like that potato emote Ordained. That's a good emote. Pride Tato. Wait, I didn't know Thor had an emote like that. My goodness. What more could you expect? But before stream started, I realized what's the word? I hadn't checked some of my key sites in a long time, so I started scrolling them to see all of like what I'd missed and what was upcoming. Because What, luck be a landlord? Gross. Gross. But sometimes there's fun games in some of these sites that I have. And I was looking to see if I could find anything interesting or fun, but it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like there's much going on here anymore. What is Vampire Dynasty? Terrifier the arcade game? Arcade. That's kind of funny. But no. No. Not today. Anyway. Copium. What do you mean copium? I realized that was in fact a silly goose. You realized that before stream, not during stream? Also, I have lemonade. I like sweet lemonade. No, not Ortcade. Artcade. As in Art the Clown from Terrifier. Which I am... With the recent release of, what is it? A Quiet Place. And realizing that that game is borderline an asset flip. I have no confidence in this one. Because now when I hear movies are coming out, I expect them to cheap the fuck out on it to try and maximize their profit. So it's almost certainly going to have like reuse assets and shit. I'm curious. Hold on. Can I search it really quick? Keys. Terrifier. Search. Fuck. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a pixel game. Never mind. It's a pixel game. It looks very much like one of the classic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games. Arcade, you say? Oh, geez. Okay. Well, you can't really asset flip for a pixel game. So at least that's going to be somewhat trustworthy. Shatterline. What is Shatterline? Shatterline. I swear I've heard that name. Ground Zero for the Apocalypse. Roguelike co-op PvE modes as well as competitive PvP modes. Choose from unique, powerful characters, including a lethal sniper, an armored juggernaut, an experimental warfare specialist, a fearless medic, and more. Each has tailored gameplay, weapon expertise, and special abilities. You know what that sounds to me? You know what that sounds like? Do you know what that is? Do you know what that description just described? Especially because it doesn't sound like you technically get to, customize them individually. That's a hero shooter, my guy. You have made a hero shooter. You have made an apocalyptic hero shooter. Hold on a quick second. Okay. Trying to figure out what this other... Oh, okay. I know what this is. Next. Vampire Dynasty is vampire survival game. Okay. Cool. Question mark? Yeah, sure. I'll jump on that one. Okay, that's enough of that. In terms of news, I don't think there has been much of anything. Yeah. Chat, I have a question. Do we do the worst thing imaginable? And go see what bitching Grumps has been doing? Because I can't think of the last time we saw what Grumps was doing. Or, do we continue to ignore him and see when he explodes next? I wonder. Ordain, what you doing? Ordain? Is Ordain just like having a manic episode? Is that what's going on here? Is that a Tinkaton? Feeps. Chat, are you okay? I know the Betrayal on the House of the Hill and House on Haunting Hill are completely different, but where's Vincent Price when you need him? That's a good question. It's a very good question. But, I'm hiding my plushies from Nomad. That may work. They may be safe. All right. How many plushies could you possibly have, though, Ren? How many could you have lying around? But... Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's been anything new. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. Transgender girl was stabbed 9 times at roller skating party. Quote, in revenge for lying about her gender before performing a sexual act on a boy. Okay. Also, I did not know that there was a Twitter page called The Pissed Off Lawyer, and I fucking love that. I fucking love that there's a Twitter page called Pissed Off Lawyer. I'm hiding 10? I haven't shown you? No, you haven't shown me any of it. Well, maybe I've seen him in the back of other pictures you've sent me, but I don't think I've seen any of just like, silence, my good bitch! Wait, what is that from, Impy? Is that Boondock Saints? Sorry, not Boondock Saints. Just the Boondocks. Is that the Boondocks? The old Adult Swim show? Huh? What do you mean, huh? Noted? Are you about to quote that? Are you about to quote what I just said? Oh no. Oh no, you're not gonna quote it. Okay, that's good. But yeah, I'm not finding much of anything in terms of news. What the fuck is the MAGAverse? Oh no! What could this... What? Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I see how it is. Good lord. Wouldn't it be a surprise if it was What We Do in the Shadows? Wait. Nerd God Gamer 420, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. 420! Wow, sounds like a real gamer. Listen, at least this is the proper place for gamers, my dude. Welcome in. But do you need Brazilian gossip? A woman killed an entire family with poisoned cake a few weeks ago. She killed her whole family with a cake? That's just Valentine's Day in Georgia? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, let me see. I don't think there's... Let me check the entertainment section. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Godzilla, god damn it. Captain America Brave New World promotion. David Lynch is dead. Didn't know that. Nintendo Switch expectations versus reality. I think of one thing I've seen that's funny about the new update that they showed about how like controllers plug into the Nintendo Switch is so many people are making like little pictures of them being like, I'm gonna snap that shit off, basically, where they're like, all right, I'm gonna try to detach my controller, and they just break the fucking plug off. I'm very curious to see how well it's like that type of plug is gonna hold on. It'll certainly be interesting. Oh, the thing about Pokemon cards, that apparently the newest set is expensive as fucking gold. Epcot Festival of Arts is open in Disney World. Up was the end of that quote. Being really nice to her when in all reality I just sort of blow her up. Yeah. Yep. That sounds like me playing Cyberpunk. Make shooting scalpers a sport. I agree. I agree. Okay, I'm tired of looking at this. I've seen 2 posts on Ariana Grande and I don't give a shit. Okay, sorry. I got a comment response from somebody that I commented on earlier, and it's funny as fuck. Make it a job so we get paid? Imagine valuing a piece of shiny cardboard card as gold. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just usually booster packs have a base cost. They have an identical cost across like all sets. Sometimes they change based on like how much they're worth in the future once they stop like production. But as long as booster packs are still in production and being made, they typically have an identical flat rate, which at minimum is probably at least like the 3 newest sets. More than likely for most TCG, that's just on average. They will be the same cost. They will have the same price. They will be, last time I bought physical cards, booster packs were like $3 or $4 a piece. I've heard some places are apparently selling booster packs of the newest Pokemon set for $10 a pack. Wait, what do you mean, Sen? Why are you laughing at me? You killed 10 men, Baird, not men. Scalpers. Correct. Oh, gotcha. Like, individual cards can have worth based on how good they are or how rare they are. In, like, the case of, say, like, Magic the Gathering's The One Ring. I think it was... Oh, what's his... Post Malone. Post Malone, I think, bought The One Ring for, what was it, $10 million? Let me double check. I can probably look that up. Post Malone, One Ring cost $2 million. He bought it for $2 million. He bought the only serialized The One Ring for $2 million, which will probably forever remain the most expensive Magic card because there is no franchise fused together like Lord of the Rings and Magic the Gathering that could have that level of like hype and excitement to get a single in the world type game. Do you play digital card games? I do. I play, I haven't played in a long time. I used to play Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. On occasion recently when I'm bored, I go play the Pokemon TCG online. And a couple people in the community have been really nice and they send me their card codes. Because every Pokemon booster pack comes with card codes. Hi, Newell. Newell, we've talked about this. You're not supposed to use redeems to announce yourself. It's bad etiquette. We don't accept bad etiquette here, okay? It's rude. In the words of Hannibal Lecter, we eat the rude. I'm gonna do it anyway. Newell, you're gonna get yourself timed out every time you do it. Mods, you hear that? Heck you, Mod Newell. Newell, you can say hi and then you can redeem it. Say hi, wait for my response, and then redeem it. Using redeems as your own personal intro is rude. I usually prefer to just use the happy wavy emotes. Yeah, like just do that and then like a couple messages later after you've been like acknowledged is when you can start playing with redeems. It's called etiquette, ladies and gentlemen. We are classy here. You wait for the proper moments to applaud. You wait for the show or its section to end. You decide to make yourself the spectacle in the middle of somebody else's show, and so help me God, you will be served for dinner. Even Retterson's salty before taking first. True. True. It's also it's different for things like first or maybe like throw. Throw's a little funny. You can do throw as like something that you're like as you pop in, you're like, hey, smack. Auntie Ravengrove, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. But oh, where was I going? I lost my train of thought. I was reading Auntie and I was like, Auntie, wanting to try a card game again, but I was looking at Shadowverse or Warhammer 40k Warp Forge. I forget 40k has a card game. Thank you for self-care. I was very confused for a second by the hardtack and self-care going off at once. And I was like, oh, okay, they just went off at the same time. Thought about Shadowverse in forever. Shadowverse is probably a good game if you're playing it on mobile or like, well, technically it's free, isn't it? If I remember correctly, Shadowverse overall is free and it has a large backing in the case that like, there's a lot of people that play Shadowverse. There's even like tournaments and stuff for it. The internet part worked? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So it's a good game to play. It's the same thing I would say. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is free to play. And it's a little hard sometimes to get cards that you want, but overall it's very easy compared to like a lot of other like gacha games. In the case of like this, it kind of is a gacha game. But it's a little bit easier because you can like re-roll cards and stuff that they give you and just be like, I don't like these cards. I don't need them. Let me get the cards that I want to build a deck. And they have implemented a pretty good system to the point where you get the currency to buy more packs very frequently. Very frequently. Here, have this candy corn. Candy corn. The most massive Japanese mobile game company. Wait. Oh, Cygames. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say Cygames is a huge company. Oh goodness, hold on a second, chat. I have an invoice I need to do. All right. I feel dirty trying out MTG Arena. Yeah, I can't really bring myself to, oh, what's the word? I can't really bring myself to play Magic these days. Not because I find it difficult to relearn or like catch up in general. But just, I don't like Wizards of the Coast anymore, let alone Hasbro. I was browsing to see, like, what is the newest set? They even had like a whole like Eldritch horror, or, like monstrous horror, pack or like sets. Let me see real quick. Yeah, Duskmourn. Duskmourn I actually wanted to buy. Was that Thunder? What the fuck was that? I think that was Thunder. But I wanted to get like a whole booster box of Duskmourn and maybe do an opening thing on stream. But that just didn't happen because it got here so much faster than I expected it to. Booster Fun Japan Showcase cards. Huh. What are double exposure cards? Oh, I see. Okay. And this another thing too though is they keep releasing so many fucking like special editions with like special art, special layouts and all this stuff. It doesn't feel like they're doing it because it's cool. It feels like they're doing it to suck as much money out of their devoted players as possible. I used to know multiple people at my LGS that when a set came out, they would take out a loan or would purposely take up overtime so that they could save up upwards of like, I think the lowest person I remember at this particular store that saved money for a new set was $700. They would spend $700. They would work overtime. Like I'm talking like, if I remember correctly, the guy told me once that he did 15-hour shifts for like 2 weeks straight before a set releases, just so that he could have the extra money to blow $700 to $800 on getting booster boxes, so that he was extremely likely to get all the cards that he wanted, so that he could make the next top decks that were like coming out. This was kind of a shithead guy. He worked like a mining job. I say mining. It was more like he worked in like a gravel pit. He worked heavy equipment and stuff. So he would bust his ass like the several weeks before, and then he would just walk in and drop a fat stack on cards. And then he would look up and see what people what the big name people were making at tournaments and like preview tournaments and stuff already. And then he would just make those decks. He would make ridiculously expensive decks, like the number one decks, and just steamroll everybody because he dropped fat stacks on the cards. That sounds like a strong gamba. It usually is. But because he spent so much, he would also sell it back to the store. So essentially the store, because he spent so much on like their cards and stuff, they didn't stock singles for themselves. They didn't buy booster boxes for themselves and open it so that they could sell singles to the store. They waited for this guy to buy his boxes and a few other people who also bought boxes at the beginning of every season, opened all of them, and then sell whatever cards they didn't want to the store for store credit. So it worked out for the store, especially because the store was only owned by one old man. Poor guy. Still think of him busting his ass for all these college students that wanted to play Magic the Gathering. I was also the same store that I learned to play, what was it? Force of Will, that's what it was. They're basically contractors for the store. Not literally, but like in a figurative sort of way, yeah. I got burned by Disney Lorcano when they didn't stock anything and the only shop in the area said you can only buy product if you're in the league. What? Hold on, that reminds me. What was it called? Keyforge, I think? Keyforge TCG. Okay. Wait, have they been making more sets? Oh my god, I think they have. I think they have been making more sets. Okay, so really quick, we're gonna swing over to the gaming screen. And I want to know if any of y'all recognize the game Keyforge. This is Keyforge's website. Keyforge was a game that came out in 2018, 2019. Because this was the LGS that I was going to before COVID hit. This was a game, again, like I said, called Keyforge. I don't think I can, let me see if I can get a close up. We'll go to products, maybe. Oh, wow, they have been making a whole lot more. I only played the very first sets. So, but you end up just buying deck. Correct. That is exactly what happens. So the thing with Keyforge is you do not get to customize your decks. You do not get to customize your decks at all. You buy a deck, and that deck comes with, let me do this. Let me see if I can find Keyforge TCG images. We'll go with, I need a bigger picture. That is also not a good picture. Maybe this one. Okay. This may work. Oh, no, I don't want to save. I don't want to save image. I want to open image. So if y'all look in the bottom right corner of these cards, you will see there's a red square. There's also a green one on the green card up above. There is a name here. That name, I believe, if I can read it right, is Bloodthirsty Daphne of the Well, or Wall. I think it's Wall. Bloodthirsty Daphne of the Wall. That is the name of your deck. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Your deck has a name. You can actually see the card for Bloodthirsty Daphne over here on the left, this gray, like, monocolor card. That card shows you the avatar that you are playing, which is technically randomly generated from a list of names from like a word bank. And then you get different types. That little like alien looking thing is a type. That little fire thing is a type. I think this deck has 3 types in it because this one has, in the top left corner is the type for this game, for part of this deck, which is that like those eyes, those red and black eyes in the top corner. So that one's just off screen on the very far left. Yeah, your deck is entirely based on an algorithm. The thing is, though, they have a database for decks that are made, and you can actually put in the name of your deck, and the database that players have made will mathematically determine if your deck is good or not. Also, welcome in, Majesty Kethel. How are you doing? But when this game first came out, it was a pain. Our store bought like maybe a couple boxes of it. And we were so excited to check out this cool new game that was like, buy a deck and play. You don't even need to do customization. It'll be fun. Well, people bought up multiple decks. I mean, there were some people in our store that bought 10 decks just so that they could buy the decks, check which one was the best out of all 10, and then throw the rest away. And I wish I was joking because I legitimately saw multiple people open a deck, like scan the name, check the website, and then be like, and then go and throw it in a trash can. It gets worse from that. There was a shortage on these cards. I pre-ordered a deck because I wanted to play with friends that I had at the shop. I was way too far down the list, apparently, so I had to wait for this second shipment. It took 3 months for the second shipment to come in because that's how far behind they were from the first orders. I found you from the End of the World Radio Group. Well, thank you, Kethel. I'm glad you like the End of the World Radio Group. 3 houses because you have to choose 1 house per round. Yep. I waited 3 months to finally get my deck. And when I did get my deck, 2 of the 3 houses or types that were in the deck, I didn't care for. So I already did not like the deck that I had. And worse yet, everybody at my store had already given up on the game. Everybody was already done with the game. They just said, fuck it. People did not have fun with it. People weren't enjoying it. And they were just like, fuck it. I'm a fan of basically everyone in that group. Hell yeah. Well, welcome in. But yeah, this was a game that I don't even think I still have the deck. I'm pretty sure I don't have the deck lying around somewhere. I think I gave up on the game at one point and either like left it in a deck box at the store, or maybe it just got shoved away in a storage bin somewhere. It could be either of those things. But yeah, I was also looking at the Duskmourn page. You had no one to play with? I played the deck that I bought twice, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I only played it twice, and I really didn't enjoy the game. And again, by that point, most people had just lost interest. It was just done. People were just like, nah, I'm going back to Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Which at the time were the biggest games at the store. Nobody there really played Force of Will. I did actually run into one kid that went to, I can't remember if he told me he went to Hawaii for the World Tournament or if it was Japan for the World Tournament. It was probably Japan. But he told me he apparently went to the World Invitational for Force of Will. And he asked me to play against him with an old deck that the people that introduced me to that game helped me build. And I still have that deck. That deck is still in the old shoulder bag that I used to bring to the store with me. And I beat that kid 2-0. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I looked at him and he looked so defeated. And I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't know this deck was that good. Company was changing hands and something happened to the algorithm. It got fucked hardcore and they ceased all production for a while. Oh, I know that. It was also the fact that there was such a high demand when the game first launched that it took forever to fill the first batch of orders for when it came to Keyforge. That by the time they made it back to the second batch of orders that came from our store, it was so long past. Oh my goodness. I just found out one of my Pokemon cards is worth $75 ungraded. Jesus. That reminds me, one of the old storage bins I went through the other night had a Pokemon card in it. It was I think it's called a reverse foil Fearow from one of the older sets. And apparently if it's like a 9 and above, I think is what it was like $80+. And my ass just had it flapping around in a single sleeve in a storage box. And I was like, huh. Oh, well, That was a Pokemon card, isn't it? Yes. I wish I had my old Pokemon card binder. I had one of those plastic, like vinyl covered blue binders, 3-ring binder. And it was full of classic Pokemon cards. I'm talking like first generation Pokemon cards with like all of the little clay characters and stuff. I liked them. I was really dumb as a kid, so I wasn't just putting, what was it? I wasn't just putting in random. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't just putting in rare and above or like special detailed like foils and stuff. That I wasn't just doing that. I was putting all of my Pokemon cards into that binder. Which shockingly wasn't a lot because I didn't really buy Pokemon cards. I more like kind of stumbled across opportunities for Pokemon cards, I guess is the way to put that. I guess. Also, thank you for self-care, Abaddon. Kids treasure all trinkets. Yep. And to this day, I don't know why I did it, because it was funny. I mean, I don't... Okay, does anybody remember doing the thing where you would strap a trading card to your bicycle spokes? Or, well, to a part of your bicycle, so that when you rode your bicycle, you would get like the... like the flicky sound as you rode your bike. Does anybody remember doing that as kids? I did that once, and to this day, I still don't remember what card I used for it. Oh God, was it a Blastoise? I know I had a really cool Blastoise card, and I hope to God I didn't use the Blastoise for the spoke thing. I have like 3 or so binders full of Warhammer Underworlds cards. So sad I couldn't find folks to play with. Oh man. I used to use blank cards for that. I mainly did the water bottle. Water bottle. I had a lot of fat Pikachus. I had the original fat Pikachu too, the one where he's like sitting in a forest. Not only did I have a fat Pikachu Pokemon card, I had the fat Pikachu plush that you would click their hands and he would like make noises. Eventually the batteries died on that guy, and my parents were clever and did not replace the batteries in it, but instead I was still annoying as shit. So I would still sit there and click the little Pikachu hands because they'd make clicky clacks. And so I'd have this Pikachu like sitting in my lap, and I'd just be pinching his hands, and it'd just be doing just over and over. Oh, I drove people ballistic with that one. Whew. I had little beads I could put on spokes that their own thing that was satisfying. Oh. Sim. Listen, if not toy, why clickety clack? Why clickety clack? I also had at that age, I had 2 actual sized Pokemon plushes and a couple mini ones. I had a mini Mudkip. I had an actual sized Marill, the blue spherical Pokemon that eventually became a fairy type. Accurate sized Groudon plush? No. I had an accurate sized Marill, and I had an accurate sized Chikorita. I loved that Chikorita. That Chikorita was sturdy as shit, too. Okay. Well, I don't think I have... Pick-a-blue? Hold on, when collecting baseball cards was a massive business in the 80s? Oh my God. Okay, so in my little rural hometown in Texas, we had a single card shop We had a single card shop. It is long gone now. I'm trying to remember what's in its space, but I don't remember. It was right next door to an old barber shop. That barber shop only did military cuts, and they had one of those little spinny barber poles outside. It was neat. It was neat. It always fascinated me as a kid. But this card shop was owned by a very large old man. I mean, huge. He mostly sold sports cards. It took me until like my really early teens to finally go check the place out. Because I would have friends when I was much younger always mention, or like their parents would be like, well, I'm taking them to a blah 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 place. And I never had any, any context for it aside from like mentioning of like baseball cards was typically what people were talking about in a topic. They'd be like, oh yeah, I take my kid there on the weekends on occasion, blah, blah, blah. This store, I say storefront because this was not an LGS. This was not a local game store in the sense that like there were tables to play at or anything. No, this was a very tiny storefront where an old man sat on days that he had time and he would just wait for kids to come in and come buy any kind of trading cards they want. This place had mostly sports cards, like probably 3/4 of the building was just sports cards. And this guy sold sports cards as old as like 1920s. But the other quarter of the place was like the rest of the nerdier games. He had the World of Warcraft TCG. He had Magic. He had Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, all that jazz. I collected Marvel trading cards as a kid. I bought a whole collection of Punisher War Journal. It was sold as a collection, but I was missing like 2 or 3 cards. Oh. Pick-a-Blue is the nickname for Meryl. Boo! Meryl's its own Pokemon. Oh, okay. Cathal said the same thing too. Really? I'd never heard that nickname. 2 of you knew what Pick-a-Blue is, and I've never heard of it. Interesting. I wish I still had those plushes. Be neat to still have that Chikorita. It even had like a little flappy leaf on its head. I probably had others. I just can't remember them. I know I had a Kyogre toy. And I would actually put it under the sink in my bathroom. And if I was like going to the bathroom or something, I would reach over to under the sink and pull the Kyogre toy out, and I would just kind of flap it. It had a button on top that technically the button was supposed to shoot something. Like when you push the button, the mouth would open and it would shoot something out of it. I had the dart still technically, but I didn't want to lose it. So I would take the dart out and I'd leave it next to the toy. And pushing the button and watching the mouth flap open and closed was always so funny to me as a kid. So I would just play with it while I'm like sitting on the toilet going to the bathroom, which is probably the start of why my bathroom breaks are so goddamn long. Hi, Grins. In my hometown, the only place to get cards was the 7-Eleven. Used to get them alongside a slushie and some chicken wedges. Good times. Oh. I don't think there was any... I don't remember at any point our gas stations in my town selling trading cards. Oh, I even tried Weisswarts. I am so sorry. Hand on shoulder, Impy. Are you okay? Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? Oh my goodness. Sorry. I keep having hiccups. No, not hiccups. Sorry. Burps. I keep burping. But it's like those really quiet, slow ones. Okay, gotcha. But, okay, that's fine. Oh, Jesus, motherfucking Christ. Ah. It wasn't even that loud. It just scared me. Who did that? Who did it? Rin, thank you for gifting a sub to Grins. Oh my God. Also, hold on a second. Okay. I was just making sure we weren't close to the ad break. Do you want to listen or what rhetorical? It's a little rhetorical, but it's like, I mean, I've never been to, huh? Who, what, Rin? I don't know who did it. We can go see. We can go snoop. We can go snoop. Okay, feed. Wait. Oh, okay, no, that's the one from 2 days ago. Okay. Who done did it? Axio? Axio, what the fuck? I kind of missed it, but the clock itself died. A Pikachu alarm clock. What did a Pikachu alarm clock look like? Pikachu alarm clock. Okay, was it the Pokeball one? Was it the one of like Pikachu standing on top of it? Or was it the clock that had like the oh, what was it? Or was the clock that had like the clock was inside Pikachu's belly? I'm seeing like a bunch of different ones here. There's a lot of Pikachu alarm clocks. Also, I forgot the Nintendo Alarmo was the thing. God, that thing looks goofy. And I can't believe it's $100. Oh my God. Who spends $100 on an alarm clock? It was the OG inside Pikachu's belly. Okay, I think I found it. God, this thing looks, it looks like it's still the era of fat Pikachu. It is definitely still the era of fat Pikachu. That's amazing. That's actually really amazing. I can't believe Axio's fucking doing this. We had it 1998-ish. Ooh. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense then. We're making the Nintendo Alarmo standard in the carnival. Cough up the card. Hold on. Okay, I want to see Nintendo Alarm. Oh, I misspelled that. Alarmo. Okay, how much is it on the official website? Nope, still $100. It looks like it has multiple like fonts and stuff, because one of the pictures it has like it's the font of Zelda, and then in a lot of the other pictures it's Mario. Wait, is that Pikmin? I think it no that is Pikmin. Oh, interesting. So there's also a Pikmin version. I'm guessing it's customizable. Mario, Peach for some reason. Snooze. Wait. Before the alarm, a character from the title you've selected waits patiently on the screen before the alarm. The alarm begins, gentle sounds unique to the scene you've chosen begin to play. After a few seconds, someone or something from the scene you picked will appear. Wave your hand or move your body to make the clock quieter. Depending on the title you've chosen, you might also hear coins or other familiar game sounds when you interact with Alarmo. A brief snooze. Eventually, your visit will end and gentle sounds will play again until your visitor returns. This will repeat a number of times if you stay in bed. Time to get up. If you stay in bed too long, the alarm will get more intense and you'll get a visit from someone more persuasive. And the picture they use is Bowser. The Shark Mirror is the way. Oh my God. And then you did it. When you get all the way out of bed, the alarm will stop and you'll be treated to a brief victory fanfare. Hoorah. Amazing. Okay, hold on. What are the options? So Mario Kart, Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, Splatoon, Pikmin, Ring Fit Adventure is an option. Interesting. Hands-free. Alarmo has a sensor that reacts to your movements, so you can snooze the alarm with gestures or end it by getting out of bed. Try button mode if you prefer a more traditional alarm clock. I don't think I like that. Kill me. The final mission of the events mission is to get 100 assists. Are you talking about in Mibble Ribble? I remember the Pokemon alarms. Ooh. Listen, if I could hear like if I woke up to like the Johto theme or something, my God, be a good day. It would be a good day indeed. Oh, okay, that's the ad break saying we got 5 minutes now. I always wonder why it starts. It gives me the warning more than 5 minutes before. Apparently, if you share a bed with someone else, the sensor gets confused, so it's meant for single people. Lavender Town plays. I'm awake! I'm up! I'm up! I'm up. Don't worry. Don't panic. But... Hmm... Hmm... Okay, I see. I see. Never mind. This makes sense. This makes sense. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to make so many pre-orders for this website. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Hmm. God. Wait. Oh my god. No, we are not listening to Down with the Sickness. Yeah, fine. We'll listen to Face Down. The current alarm system is just Wiggles going from room to room and doing wiggle things. I don't think y'all want to know what wiggle things are. It's mostly just bumping into things, but occasionally they also crawl inside of things. It's also sometimes funny when you open the bread box and there's like 16 of them just shoved in there and they just kind of look at you. Like baby owls just... Does anybody know? I'm trying to think of oh, what was it? Does anybody know of the Peepa Peeps on TikTok? Does Peepa Peeps sound familiar to anybody? Nobody? Nobody knows what the Peepa Peeps are? Kind of. It's the thing where it's like somebody essentially made up these little creatures called Peepa Peeps. And like all of their all of like little animated content that they make with them is basically just like these little creatures that just go beep, 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 beep. And that's like their whole thing. Yeah. And that's how I imagine the Wiggles trying to communicate. they're just little things getting into trouble. Good Lord. Okay. Ew. Okay. I was trying to see if there was things that I could find really quick. But it doesn't look like it. Okay, I think we're good. I think in a minute and a half, let me make sure I get the words on stream ready for you. We need the words on stream, yes, pretty please. And then right after the commercial break, we'll go right into the game, which I don't know, like the level of variety that is available when it comes to this demo, because it is only the demo right now. The full game doesn't come out for sometime in this next quarter. Enjoy your lurk, Kethel. Oh, right, those. Taking the card to buy the Wiggles helmets for all things bumping they're doing. No! Just the tiny helmets on them would be so cute. Give them like they're like the little like safety helmets. Or like hard hats, basically. Oh, they'd be cute. Okay. I don't think... Yeah, I'm not finding anything else about... Technically, question mark? Question mark? Hi, cool. How are you doing? Ah! Hello? Hello? Can I help you? Can I do something for you? Build a wiggle. Listen, having your own wiggle would be super nice, but it's also the artist who makes mine. She's slowly been like going up in cost. And it's like now I think a base wiggle is like $80. I think that's what I paid for the current one. And the original one I paid 40, not counting the commercial rights that I got to make keychains for it. But I don't have commercial rights for the second one, the current 2.0 version, so I can't make keychains for it. I can't make keychains for it yet. Although technically I still haven't even used the commercial rights that I got for the first one because I didn't sell them. Maybe that was money wasted. Technically it was. Oh well. I'll never get tired of that Kaboom redeem. Can I do something for you? Can I do something to you? Maybe. Anyway, words on stream time, kids. I gotta get up. I gotta take Coco out for a little while because she is up to no good. And I need to make sure she doesn't go to the bathroom because I fed her before stream ended. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Y'all stay out of trouble. Don't burn anything down. I promise. Promise. And then we'll play some games. Okay, chat. Y'all didn't burn anything down, right? Right. Correct. Oh, goodness. Meth? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right. Well, y'all keep playing the game. I'm going to go ahead and get the demo up and running. Goodness, I have the hiccups. And I can go ahead and swap over the thing. The thing that we are doing. Oh my goodness. Why do y'all keep spoiling me so much? Axial, why do you spoil me so much? You're right, bastard. I know you listen. I know you're listening. Oh my goodness. Get supported. The thing too with what Axio just bought was the overalls. The picture's a little misleading. Even the website is like really misleading about it, because in the picture they show two products, which is the overalls and an entirely separate jacket. And I wonder if I need to add the hoodie to it too. I wonder if I need to add the hoodie. Doth my eyes deceive me? Where did the game open? Oh, Jesus, there it is. Okay, hold on. Hold on. It is so loud. It is so loud. Okay, there we go. We can stop the music. We can put the words away. And then we can swing right on over. Change this. Change this. And then we can look at the game. Okay, what is reset? Oh! Wait, what the fuck? We're in the menu. Huh? Is that like reset if I had like started something? Gameplay. Human health 1? What? What? Epic will be fine. It's probably gonna be fine. Okay. Why is the music getting like gradually louder? Gonna go charge my phone. Enjoy your time. Thank you for the lurk. I'll see you when you get back. Human health is saving. Good thing we're not human. True. All right, let's just do... Oh, maybe it did reset and just gave me like the base game. Tutorial, welcome to Deck of Haunts. You play as a haunted house trying to consume humans entering your domain. Keep the humans away from your heart. Play your cards on humans. Kill them and drive them insane to steal their essence. Build rooms with essence to expand your strength and gain bonuses. Okay, so this feels like an expanded version. I'm guessing where like the humans just kind of keep coming. During the night, you play cards from your deck to damage health or drain sanity of humans. Then, okay, so William's the only person that's in here. Action points, target, any room, and then discard 2 cards. So drain 2, I guess because it's blue, that's probably sanity. Alice the Madness returns. Really? How many action points do I have available? Is it, okay, it's 3. I'm pretty sure it's 3. Yeah. Then move human to a random room. Interesting. Smack. Schmack. So that's a discard pile. That's a deck. To random adjacent rooms. Okay, interesting. And I don't want to move him because he's furthest away. Oh, okay. So they'll advance to the next room, I guess, each turn ends. Yeah, draining their sanity is probably the best bet here. So now his sanity is empty, and we get essence. The night ends. 1 human turned insane. 2 essence. Upkeep essence cost 1. Okay. Deck building. At the end of every night, you can choose from a selection of cards to permanently add to your deck. Ooh. Pick a card. Oh, shit. Okay. What is harvest? Instantly kills targets. Oh! Oh, if it's less than 4. Okay. What is tension? Add 1 tension. Increases drain effects the more it builds up. Shoots Marin's board game. No, Psycho, my board game. I want to play my board game. Are you so mean? It's like Zoa just fucking flipping the coffee table. Oh, wait, that's actually really good. I want Cursed Flesh. Building in basic rooms. During the day, you construct rooms and change your layout. Build common rooms so humans will take more turns to reach your heart. Place room tiles the same type next to each other will merge them into a single room. Interesting. Living room, entrance room, kitchen, guest room. So... Ooh, wait, that's cool. I kind of want this one. A bell tower with a witch that roams the place? That's cool. Okay. We'll put the bell tower here? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, can I put all of these? Cool. Oh, okay, so this is a smaller section. Yoink. And then kitchen, I believe is right there, which we can expand outward. Fantastic. Okay. And there's our witch. We got 2 people. Next, you'll be building Gunpla? What's your point? It'd be fun if there was like a monster Gunpla. To win, you need to survive a certain amount of nights. Okay. You lose when the health of your heart runs out. You lose health when the human enters your room or your essence becomes negative. Essence is harvested from dead or insane humans. You need... Cat. Wait. Why did my mouse become a cat? Y'all see that? It's a cat. Why is my mouse a cat? See, mouse, cat. Cat. Is that an Easter egg? Or is there a cat, like, behind... Oh my god, there's a cat! Oh my god, there's a cat! Kitty. Kitty! Because meow meow, yeah, because meow meow. This is neat. It's a game. Yeah, it's basically Betrayal in the House on the Hill. But you always play as the house, it seems. Okay, so what do we have? I definitely want extra tension. Tension multiplies the next drain effect. Tension has 3 tiers, 2 times, 3 times, 5 times. They all get consumed the next time the human gets drained. It also gets reduced by 1 after 2 turns of not gaining any tension. Okay. So, let's do it this way. And then we can intern. And then, oh, there's the witch. Move to random adjacent rooms. Let's do Witch's Curse on here. Oh, I can't. Oh, solo human. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna move him. Okay, he went to the bell tower, which is good. And then he only has 2 health, so we can go ahead and just kill him. Schmack. And then we'll just drain her. Nice. Takes the PS5 and gives PS5 Pro. Wait, what? The game... Wait. Oh, did you see the game Ghostmaster is getting a remaster? I don't know what Ghostmaster is off the top of my head. You PS5? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, the witch is chasing her, but it doesn't... Oh, there it is. Tension tier counts as 1 tier higher. Okay, that's good. We're actually just gonna drain her, because then she'll go insane. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Essence game too. Perfect. Okay. Ooh, okay. Discard 1 card, gets 2 AP. Banished. What is banished? Removes the card for the rest of the night. Ooh. Banish. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that. 100 damage, my guy. 100 damage. Okay, I want Clawing Stone. Press the button to reroll the shop in exchange for essence. Special rooms. You can upgrade basic rooms by playing a room upgrade card on them. Look at the number of the card target. You need to target a room with at least that many tiles. Okay, I want that. I want... Want this. And I want this. Because I think I'm gonna do some finagling. We're gonna do some finagling here. And I guess 1 dot. I guess 1 dot just because we can. Okay. So phobia. Okay, looks like we can only put this in here, even though this is upgradable. Oh. Oh, that's terrifying. I like it. I like it. Oh, but that's more essence upkeep. Okay, guest room. Upgrade the guest room. And then what I want to do is, I want to move. You question mark? Also, plus size, the hackers who fixed the issue with the PS3 said once PS5 goes down, there's an issue, we'll fix it. It's already figured out. Oh, interesting. They probably always advance towards, so maybe I'll save these. Unless, can I make another guest room? What if I start making a tiny guest room over... Wait. Well, I'm confused. How am I supposed to be able to, like, extend this out if I can't move the entrance and the heart room? Why? Send you the Ghostmaster info, by the way. Check it later. I will. Like, I can't move this living room either. I'm not sure I fully understand this. Maybe I'm just confused. What if I put a guest room over here? And then I can build another guest room section over nya. Okay. Yes, kill. Oh my god, they give us a whole bunch of... Humans can appear with traits. These are extra buffs or debuffs that humans have. Hover over the trait, okay. Takes an additional 1 damage for each 20%. Okay. So our best bet for her, she has to be solo. Move. We're gonna move the frail one. Hi, William. Bye, William. And then we can do this. Actually, hold on. We're gonna deal the 2 damage first. I gotta do it this way. Schmeck. He's got 1 HP in a dream. Here, she's solo. We'll do this. And then we'll be able to get William next turn. Can you put it on a room and drag it to it? I don't know. Is that... Oh, William didn't leave the room. Okay. So, let's do this. Yoink. You are dead. Increase tension here for a big multiplier. And then, because the tension is so high, technically it should be, Yeah, six drain. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, she didn't leave. Okay. We'll increase the tension again and we'll drain. More insanity! 1 essence gain. Shit. Okay, we gotta be able to start producing more essence. Ooh, okay. Increase the tension by 1 on all humans. Compel. I like this. I like that. And we only have 1 essence. So, altar room. Okay. Okay, I think I see. So, I'm not gonna get anything this time. So, that's fine. We need to save some essence. Oh, good lord. What is that? Stonemason has entered your realm. These are humans with magical abilities hunting for supernatural entities. They will head directly to your heart room. Once they enter your heart room, they will start a ritual that damages your heart every turn. Stop them. Level-headed. Max tension -1. Okay, that's fine. Oh, they have to be by themselves. Here, we're actually gonna kill this guy very fast. Boom, dead. Panic. A human is panicked for either witnessing your heart room or a corpse. Don't let them escape. Their information will increase. Oh. Okay, he's trying to leave. It's not solo, though, so we can't do that. Here, we'll have to drain. And then he's going to get out because he only has on a later night if successful. Okay. Run, coward, run! Okay. That's high tension. That's really good. So, add another tension. And we can do this. Schmack. And then another drain. Schmack. Okay, that's actually telling us where he's gonna go. That's actually really useful. So, we'll do intern. Then... Oh no. Oh no! I don't have any more drain! He has 5 HP. Okay, we got this. This is fine. This is fine. Just kill the stonemason. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I need to save for any human. Drain 1 if sanity harvest. Okay. AP is action points, I guess. Show. Let's do... It's basically an execute. I think it'll be good. So let's take that. We have 2 essence. Why is this red? Here. I'm going to increase the size of that guest room that we're making. By... Yeah, we'll do it this way. Who works for me? And then eventually we can turn that into another specialty kind of room. Oh, good lord. Doctor's bag. Every turn a random explorer in the same room recovers 1 health. Cannot take more than 4 damage at once. Oh god. Takes 1 damage at the start of a turn if they took damage on the turn before. Sorry, Sue. You're getting poked. Ooh. Yeah, we'll raise the tension on everybody because that'll be useful after this. Intern. That's a doctor. Okay, that's good. That's actually really good. So, tension there. And then, Drain tea. Oh, dear God. We just ate his everything he had. Kind of want to save this damage card. Human moves to adjacent. No. We'll intern. We'll intern. Okay. So then, give me this. Did her name change? I think her name changed for some reason. And then we can do you. Oh, they have to be solo. Duh. Duh. Here we go. Jesus, they have so much will. You. Okay. Wait. Oh. Okay, he got teleported all the way back. That's fine. Whew. More tension. More damage. Ah, shit. Okay. He made it to the room. It's okay, though. He only has the 1 health. And then, what do we got? What do we got? Let's add more tension here. He has 1, 2, okay. Oh, it doesn't count as him being alone. Okay, because he's in a room with the other person, I can't. Let's do. That's not going to be useful right now. Here we go. We'll hit him, and then we'll end. He'll go to the next room. Where's my witch, by the way? Oh, there she is. Okay. Oh, this will be fine. 10 drain. See, oh, he still has 1. Okay, Jesus. Tension is fun. Finally get to send out my financial aid app. I had to wait for them to send me something to fill out. Jesus, that took a long time. Okay, hell yeah. Now we're getting some good essence. But draw 3, tension. I kind of want the draw 3. Okay. Then, we'll take 1 kitchen. Take 1 living room. Actually. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. I can't put it back. Damn it. Okay. So, kitchen. We're just gonna put a kitchen on, I think, just another kitchen over here. And then another living room is gonna be built. Put it on this side. Basically a closet. It's basically a closet. Because this is a guest room. Okay. Whew. 4! Uh-oh. I need more fucking AoE abilities. Finally got to send out my financial aid. I read that already. Hi, Faye. How are you doing? I'm killing people. Okay, what do we got? Soothing. Lose 1 tension. Lose... Oh, they're all soothing? That's not good. So... Okay. Who's the lowest person? William. William! And then... Let jump. Oh, right, they have to be alone. They're not alone. I can't do it. Okay, now they're splitting up. Somewhat. Jesus. Okay. Disable this room's effects at the end of their turn. Ooh, okay. So, who has what? How much will this deal? 2. Okay. You know what? Give me this. Give me this. And then... Drain you. Damage. You. And then... We're gonna move one of you guys. Smack. Okay. In turn. I just have that loud nerd. Ew. Then... Yeah, tension there. Who is solo? You are solo. Smack. You are still solo. So yeah, we'll work on killing you. Into this. Okay, they're not solo anymore. To a random room. Let's take you. We're gonna move you. There's all these people down here. What the fuck? They all just shoved themselves in the closet. Here. Schmack. And then she gets some more drain on William. Okay. This is fine. It's fine. You are solo. Smack. Then... Oh, here. Where's William? Die, William! Die! It works for me. It works for me. Oh, okay. That person is trying to flee. So... Actually, hold on a second. What do we got? Tension per room. No, I want tension on everybody. Tension on everybody. Oh. Okay. You can definitely take all that. In turn. And then... Not dealing enough damage. What do we got? Yeah, I'll just have to double down on him. Schmack. Schmack. Teleport. Hell yeah, all the way to the back. All right. And then... Oh, wow. Okay. We drained the shit out of him. Thanks, stream. I love you freezing and just being audio so much fun. Wait, is your internet all right? Oh my god, the essence. The essence! Ooh. Hidden corpse. Okay. But I kind of like the encore. Because that's crazy useful. Okay. Real quick. What do we have? A guest room here, kitchen there, and another living room over here. Okay. Altar room stores a card to increase your card draw by 1 until this room's... Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, we'll take that. What is this again? This is the living room? Okay, yeah. So... I need to increase the size of this living room because this has to be 4 tiles. So let's connect. How do I want to connect these? Here, I think. Yeah, I kind of like these being off to the edge. So we will wait until I can find like another like single-use living room. What are we playing today? This is Deck of Haunts. This is essentially a video game version of Betrayal on the House on the Hill. If you've ever played that game. Ooh, I have an idea. I think I have an idea. Yes, I do. I do have an idea. Encore. Deafening silence. So this is just a setup turn. So now for the rest of the night, everybody has like, oh, they're double five. They're panicking. Oh my God, this is perfect. This is perfect. Okay, 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 okay. Nobody's solo, which is fine. Although, actually, I can make somebody solo. Who's really bad here? Panicky. Here, we'll teleport. No, I don't want to teleport him just yet. So we'll get Tony. Just smack him for 10. Damage doesn't do much here. And then I can actually do this. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I forgot that they're just gonna flee. I forgot that they're just gonna flee if I kill somebody in the room with them. Shit. That's my own bad. That's okay, though. Oh, wait. This may be even better. This may be even better. Here. Smack. All the tension in the world. Frail. And then we're gonna drain someone. Good Lord, 10. We'll do you. Oh, fuck, that was the wrong person. I was stupid. I was really stupid. I have to be solo. Fuck. Fuck. I'm gonna flub it. I'm gonna flub it. Oh, here. We'll get one of y'all somewhere else. Okay, that's good. Got new emotes. I received sub for someone. Hey, that's Luma. Okay, we did lose one person. Oh, this will be fine. This will be fine. Let's do... Here, we'll use this one way over nya. Then we can drain this guy. He's insane. And then we'll just hit you with some damage, and that'll be fine. Solo ulted and I dodged, weaved it, and broke his ankles? Jesus. Oh. Oh, he went insane when he went into the room, I think. Nice. Okay. So... Oh, that's a 0 cost. Okay, okay. Add one random phobia to your hand. Repeat for every propagating nightmare played this night. What is a phobia? How about the 0? How about the 0? So we need... It's all guest rooms. Why is it all guest rooms? God damn it. God damn it. Destroy a card to regain its cost in AP. Ooh, okay. Hi, Nudes. How are you doing? Beyond good human and hands over your honey or this bullet will stink. It'll stink. As Jeff. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Hold on a second. This is the kitchen. Where's the... This is the guest room. Okay, okay, okay. Plan still works. Plan still works. Where is... Single? And then... Make another guest room somewhere else. That's fine. So, put you here. I don't actually want to turn you into an altar room. Okay, that's fine. And then we can do... Yes, let's do this. This would be a very interesting trap. Yeah, I kind of want to hide this altar room away somewhere. All right, we're up to 5 people, which is not great. What are... Oh, it's a stonemason. Okay. 2 stonemasons. Okay, it's actually going to be easier to just outright kill them. But do this. Drain. I called Twitch a nerd and it worked. I have video again. Let's go. Level-headed. What does level-headed do? Max tension reduced by 1. Okay. So, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna drain the stonemasons, I think. Methinks. Oh, right, the stonemasons go straight for it. So, nobody is solo. Oh no, this was a bad hand. So, actually, we can do this. That is actually totally okay. And then, yeah. We're gonna encore, and then we're gonna dead flesh this guy. Curse flesh this guy. Then, he only has 3, so we can actually kill him. He's dead, Paul! He's dead! Alright, that was a good turn. Just pour it in my mouth? Oh my god. Okay. He still has 2 times, which is totally fine. Actually gonna raise the tension on all of these. For, yeah, this is fine. And then we'll hit John down here. And then we're gonna drain him again. Okay, he's gonna start the ritual. Okay. That's not optimal, but it'll have to do. Okay. More tension on these guys. Here, we can do this. Then we can drain you. Okay. That's right. Split up, cowards. Split up. Ooh. Oh, this is actually a really good idea. Use you. Echoing screams on you. Oh, he's not solo, so it has to be you. And then we get double the draw. 2 points. Schmack. And then schmack. We did it! Yay! Okay. Oh wait, that's it? Found a gameplay wish listed. Oh man, I just got 7 points. Toggle layout. Gotta keep going. Oh no, I can't keep going. Oh man. And then it just resets. Damn it. Damn it. Split up, make it easy pickings. Correct. I think I get where this game's gonna go in the future when it comes to like just slapping all of the rooms down and kind of spanning them out, because they don't know the direction. The only people that know the direction to the heart are the stonemasons, and everybody else is kind of just like wandering, eventually gonna fumble into the heart room. But that's very cool. I like that. I like that. That is very, very cool. I think it'll be fun when it comes out. Right now, it's only marked as coming out in the first quarter, which here, let me grab the link for everybody in case anybody else wants to check it out. There you go. There you go, kiddos. All right. Let me see really quick. We're going to swing over here only for a minute because that was hella fast. I was honestly hoping it was going to be longer, or at least I was going to be able to replay it with something different, but doesn't seem to be the case right now. Does not seem to be the case right now. Let me see what we have. We could always do more Mibble Ribble. Is like Dungeon Architect? I think so. Question mark? Let me see. It's more like the board. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, so I just looked at the video that they have for like the trailer for this game. And the buildings that people make are ludicrous. Like this shit is bonkers. I just found a cheat. Wait, what? Are you cheating in Mibble Ribble? How could you? How could you, Sin? It's just a small indie development studio that made a Marvel game. Made a Marvel game. Oh wait, that's really cool actually. I wonder if that's just like an animation cancel. I would not, I bet if you looked up like people who like main Jeff, they will probably say something that's like, if you do this thing, you can cheese it. You can cheese it. Also, hold on. Oh my god, why do I have so many? Oh, hey. Okay. Sorry, it looks like somebody sent me a thing. Slide you all the way down here. Ooh. Oh, there's Ghostmaster. That's you. Okay. Okay. Is this what Palpatine feels when he screams unlimited power? So I've been healing with infinite ammo. Oh my god. Wait, can you cancel it that fast? Can you cancel the reload animation that fast with the bubble? That's impressive. That's hella impressive. But, I think that may be what we do, guys. I was hoping that game was actually going to be a lot longer because I thought it was good. I thought it was going to be really fun, and it was. It was different than what I thought it was going to be slightly. 2,000 points. I'm doing good in Fish Game. Is that, hold on. Where's the Fish Game? Where's the Fish Game? There it is. Leaderboard time. I don't know, Harness. I don't know. Sunstar is doing his thing again. Sunstar is doing what Sunstar does. Also, hold on. I'm curious. Oh, Sunstar, why? I need to get back up there. I mean, you're in 6th in the all-time. But Jesus, Sunstar. Sunstar, my boy. Bonk. Amazing. Amazing. The Sunstar just keeps winning. That is correct. That is correct. All right. Thing is, I don't like doing solo on stream, and I don't know if I have the energy for community games, especially because recently I've been getting salty with like bad comps or bad reactions, and I don't want to get mad at people in the community. I do like my your third place, Harness. You like your third place? Your shenanigans go noticed and bonked. How could you? As just gathering friends. That's a lot of people were playing earlier today, but I don't think anybody's doing anything tonight, or at least right now. Hold on a second. Oh, that's right. Thingamadoohickey. Thingamadoohickey. Oh, good Lord. All right. Sorry, that was a weird Discord event. Yoink them anyways? I wish. Actually, let me see. No, nobody's on right now that I could just yoink. Mini bonks from the one time you did it like 50 times in a row. I need to find that, but so much to scrub through. Did I do it 50 times in a row? I know when you donate bits, you actually get like a bunch in the queue. So typically there's a 1 minute cooldown, but if you donate, I believe it's up to 1K bits, you will get a cast for every 100 bits. It also works with less than that. So every 100 bits, you technically fill the queue. One position for every 100. What were you going to play? I don't know. I was hoping the playthrough was going to last a little bit longer with a little more variety. But that was not the case. I was thinking about Mibble Ribble or Marvel Rivals, but it's a highly competitive game that I've been getting salty at recently just because like taking randoms is like really annoying. And also my ping button is broken. My mouse wheel click, like I can scroll still. Like if I go over here, I can still scroll. But when it comes to like clicking, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything anywhere. I didn't count, but it was a lot. Was it for me testing it? The thing is, I do want to play it, and I do want to play it with friends, but I don't know if I want to play it on stream that much anymore. At least on my stream. I probably will, actually. I'm fucking stupid like that. I'm kind of stupid like that. Bonk for a Kami. Wait, why a Kami? She has a headache. But there are a couple things that are going on later tonight. A particular closed beta test I got invited to. And an event for one of the Discords I'm in. You're not stupid? I'm a goofball. Also, hi, Kitsune. How are you doing? I don't know what to do. I think we're just gonna say fuck it and play like an hour or two. New Manta skin goes hard. The Jade one. The Lunar New Year one. I wanted to say bonk to infinite, but I didn't find this emote. I mean, that's good enough emotes. But yeah, I can break out Marvel Rivals. We can break out Marvel Rivals, especially because they also have drops right now. So let me make some adjustments here. Okay. Let me make sure I do a thingamajig. Change the game. Done and done. And then I can pop into my Discord if that's all right, Zoa. Let me know if when you pop into the green room. Oh my God. And let me get this. Oh, I did open it. It's just, it always hides where I'm not looking. All right. It's scientifically proven to not be stupid. Kit should know Kit is Science Box member. You know what? That's a fair point. That is a very fair point. Let me, it's loading shaders, so it's probably going to be just a second, but I will go ahead and swing over. Nya. And we can change you. Drip! What are you doing, nerd? What are you doing? Cozy Power coming to play with you? I think I gotta stick to the rules, Drip. I gotta stick to my guns. I gotta stick to my guns on this one. I'm sorry. We can play off stream. Although if you, I will fight. Okay, I'll invite you. I'll invite you as long as you're okay not getting in Discord. Where is Discord? Where did Discord go? Oh, it's just taking forever to open. In over 2 years? It's been 1 year. It's been 1 year. I think we added each other already on this game, didn't we? Doesn't seem like it. Be left abandoned this time. I'm sorry. I need to turn the music down in my ears. Who was that robot? Herbie. Over, where is it? Home. That's Herbie. What do you mean? You don't know Herbie? Sounds like a fake Marvel fan to me. Finished my 100 assist. The, where is it? The one for like here. Jesus, you've already finished the 100. I only have 12 because I only played like 3 matches, something like that. I think. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Shaders. I wish Sue would pet me. I mean, what physicist? Sue's a married woman. Loading. Oakley dokley. Oh, there's that one. Oh my god. In green room, gotcha. What are you doing, Goopball? Are you recovering properly?
No.
Oh, okay.
Actually recovering horribly.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go drink and drive and then, try to pick up 30 pounds or heavier.
No!
And just rip it right open.
How could this happen to me? Baby Kit is based? Maybe Kit is based. So are you based?
Hmm?
Are you based?
Based on what?
Okay, that's the exact answer I wanted from you. That's the exact answer I expected.
I'm based in Eldritch Pilled, okay?
I thought you were based in Bunwee Pilled.
Bunwee is Eldritch as well.
Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm rivals out. Amazing. Hi, cool. Welcome back. All right. Everybody good? Everybody ready?
I like Doctor Strange's skin.
The new one?
Yeah, he looks like a Dynasty Warriors character.
The Immortals. Yeah. These are really cool skins. It feels like, though, Strange has had so many skins, though, since the game launched.
I know. I play as Magic a lot, and the only thing she had is like, I'm going to wear a Ski Lodge outfit. I was like, this is stupid.
Let me see. Will it show if I go to... There he is. He's under Doctor. Yeah, 5 skins. He's got the default. He's got the one from the... This is from the season 0 pass. This is the first shop cosmetic one. This is the one that just came out today. And then there's the recolor. It's kind of impressive, honestly. Kind of impressive. All right.
What are my dailies? Oh, defeat 10 enemies and use 2 sprays.
Oh, mine's just the 2 sprays. I guess I've already done the dailies. Sometimes I end up knocking out all the dailies in the first match I play for the day.
Oh, I've done that before.
All right. We're just going to do quick matches because I also want to learn new characters.
No, we got to play Doom match where we hate each other.
I haven't tried that yet. I need to do that for the event missions. Because one of them is you have to do it in that game mode.
It's just stupid deathmatch. It's the problem.
Is it free for all?
Yep, full free for all.
Interesting. Stuck with Jay. Oh my god. Alright, guess I'm tanking. This is...
No. They're taking that.
We're
healer.
pushing.
I'm taking Mantis.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm not taking Cloak and Dagger, and we don't have a limit. So I'm gonna take a I'm definitely gonna take a better healer.
19 inches of venom.
I had that mod downloaded for once.
Oh my god. I can't risk it. I can't risk it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Penny, penny, penny. Save that,
And a big crunchy shell.
save that sweet, sweet, nest for the second you get on the point. If you're defending or attacking anyone during hero select, it does. You just have to know which objective is which. Because see, you can see it at the top. It says rescue the statue of Bast sealed by Vibranium, or help the statue of Bast return to its place. That means you're pushing. That means you're attacking.
Capture the missionary.
Oh, hello.
Got it?
Speaking of mines,
You're on your own.
that's fine. I've got plenty of health as Venom. Good push. Squirrel girl up top. Nice. That's a fat Mr. Richards. Is that Reed
trying to
as much
heal
as
you.
you need Richards?
Trying to heal you, but our other tank keeps getting in the way.
That's fine. That's Miro. Come on, get. Why won't you die? Why won't you die? Here we go. Into the friend room.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Yep.
Good push.
Whee! Okay, welcome back from the outbreak, guys. Hello.
I don't know what the other people are doing. Oh, have you played Storm since they buffed her?
Yes, I have. I had to think about the question for a second.
Oh no.
I'm staying a hassle. I agree. Ow, pain.
Damn it. Come on, yo.
Ah,
Oh my
shit.
God.
I apparently got
All
Psylocke
people
in that
kept-
mess, but okay.
Yeah, and guess what? The other person kept jumping in front every time trying to heal you. It's like, guess what? No, I'm gonna heal person. I don't need help.
I can get in there. Yep. Hi, friends.
Let me try to enhance you. Enhance 19 inches of venom.
All right, squirrel bitches
There
now.
you go.
He's a big bitch.
Well, our heal's dead. Instant.
Oh shit.
I'm the only one left. I only have one bar.
Against the world.
Come
Don't
on,
forget to
Storm.
heal yourself with
Never
F.
mind.
Trying to get out of that. That's hitting like a truck. Ouch.
Sorry.
No, you're
My
fine.
knockout. My knockout happened right when you died.
That's fine. You're playing. Okay, you are playing Mantis. Yeah, Mantis can heal herself with her F. Her F is essentially using both your right click and trying to keep them off the rest of you. That's fine. Oh, that's not fine. Jesus, my fucking
You just
guts.
jumped into that, didn't you? Hold up.
Get on. Get him in there. Bye, Penny. All right. Jeff.
Bye, Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Bye, Jeff.
I turned on the captions for like the stuff that gets said during matches last night,
Vehicle reached
and I never realized Bast actually speaks when you're escorting her.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So Shift E or F will apply the hot. For her, it's right click. The single target hot is right click on a person. E is inspire, which is basically just damage boost. And then F is applying both damage boost and the hot to yourself.
The sacred totem at
And
once.
left shift is knock people out.
Yes, left shift is sleep.
Go to sleep, bitch it.
And then alt is dance.
Oh,
Don't let anything stand.
that's right, Tank. Go to sleep.
Nappy time.
Back.
Oh. In the back.
It's spider time!
Oh no.
Disappear!
Ooh. I'm just gonna keep letting it push. If I can. Uh-oh. Oh, I
They're
fucked
trying
up.
to eat me.
It's okay. Shoot me. It's fun.
He doesn't have anywhere to go, technically.
Here, do some damage boost.
Oh, that was a good stun on the Penny's part. I think those were the mines that hit me because I went from having like 600 health to having 20, and I was like, what?
Yeah, she double stacked him.
Oh, for sure. You can more than double. I
Trying to
forget.
get it back.
The max you can have, I believe, is 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say the thing is too is I don't think she has like an indicator for how many she has down. You just kind of have to count them yourself.
They got a venom now. Hold up. Got 3 seconds.
Every time I
You're
hear
fine.
the way she says hurricane, I think, here comes the hurricane, bitch. Oh my god. There we go. Nice. Good hurricane. Got her in the last second. Nice.
Another epic victory!
That's Mantis assist allies and achievement a team wipe.
Nice.
Hells yeah.
But yeah, I do like Storm. I'm a little annoyed because I like that Storm was an underdog in season 0. And now fucking everybody is just like, I'm a Storm main now. I'm like, I know the fuck you ain't. Get out of my house. Get out of my house.
Wow, Marin pulling that. I was cool.
I
Before
played
she was
Storm
cool.
before she was cool. Well, to me, she was always cool.
Yeah, Storm's awesome.
That's why I have the Rockstar outfit, and because it doesn't have a cape. Because no capes. Hold on. No capes. I like 7 TV, no capes. All right. Everybody good?
Oh, I got 4 points. You did too.
Yeah. I started taking Tank far more serious. I think it was last night. And they're shockingly fun at times. Sometimes really stupid. Also, fake news. I'm sorry I missed the 20 stream streak. I think I missed it just because it was a hello. I probably saw it, but I just read the message and was like, it just glossed over that it was a stream streak thing. All right. Everybody good? Everybody safe? Nobody's head is on fire?
My head's on fire. I'm sorry.
God damn it, you only just had surgery. You can't be on fire.
That's what you think.
Oh
Look,
my God.
look, I'm trying. I'm doing a gender swapped Sweet Tooth cosplay. So I have to set my hair on fire.
Sweet tooth, sweet tooth.
Twisted Metal, the clown. that has his
gotcha.
head on
Yeah,
fire.
yeah. That'd actually be kind of cool. I bet there's tons of art out there of that.
Oh, especially on particular websites too.
Oh yes, particular websites. There's
Something
one that
about
starts with the
rules?
word rule.
I'm not judging.
Yeah, I know. Something about rules.
Arby's enjoyer. Oh no. Oh god.
No, not all DPS people. No,
Fades quietly into the background.
please no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, well, one switch to a tank, so it's not all bad.
Yeah, this is Barrow. God, I can't imagine being the asshat that's confident enough to like
30 seconds before you attack.
just completely insta-lock in a DPS and then watch somebody else unchange and go actually play something else
Told that before.
and not feel like an absolute ass.
Isn't really my style.
Well, I played last night with a friend, and
Okay.
near the end of the match, since somebody else was healing, he switched to heals, and you know we were getting stomped. And one person on our team had the audacity. He's like, "Wow, 1 in 7 is Jeff? How?" It's like, he's like, well, he said some choice words. It's like I just switched to him. It's like, wow, you people are just.
Yeah, I
And
think
of course, the one that was
things
mouthy.
in this game I don't like is when people like jump roles. Like if I have a healer or something and then they suddenly swap to like fucking Hawkeye or something.
Anyone willing to help?
But no, what they did,
Oh, they have a Scarlet Witch.
I was
Ouch.
saying, is the person that was the most mouthy was also the one that was the worst player. It's always the worst
See
player.
me again?
They captured the mission area.
So how are you enjoying Visible Woman?
I usually enjoy her a lot more. I was just very distracted because I was also looking at chat at the time.
Be your best self.
I still find it funny. She's invisible, but she's actually visible.
Well, she's a passive.
Yeah, but it's just
Oh shit.
it's a meme. I can't outheal Ultra DPS.
Healing and I ran right past you. You heal me.
I'm busy being killed
Clear,
by
I'm still
magic.
here.
Somebody actually wants Namor.
Why? We do need one of our assassins put to a more of a.
Are we running double
General
assassins? Oh my
DPS.
god, we are.
Yeah, I'm dead.
I'm just avoiding.
The CC is unreal.
Oh my god. Ugh.
You know what it is, Marin? I think it's like this. You do well in one match.
Oh,
and the
yeah.
game's like, oh, you're gonna just stomp everyone, and then you get the most brainlet people playing.
It's also I have very limited range when it comes to my healing. Magic's behind y'all again.
They've almost got it. We are undefeatable.
I haven't even got my ult once yet. I'm still so far away from getting it.
Oh god, no.
Oh my god.
We're just getting stomped. I'm sorry, hon.
It's not. This is the thing. This is like every time I have like one of these matches where I was mentioned this earlier when it's like usually like I am fine with somebody like insta-locking something at the beginning because it's like, oh, I'm gonna call dibs on this. This is who I want to play. Totally fine. Totally fine. But the other people who just like look at that and they're like, I'm still gonna choose DPS, and everybody just locks in DPS and forces the I call dibs person to change is an asshat. Certified asshat. That's not you. That's not you, Baro. You're the one who locked in the person you wanted to play. And then these fuckers came around, yeah. I'm like, calling dibs I can respect and just being like, okay, I can form around this. That's no problem. Because I'm used to filling in most games.
Get ready.
Yeah, I'm usually
But-
Phil as well. But oh my god, yeah, I agree with you.
Please tell me this isn't the date night you've been planning for us, Reed.
Oh,
I'm
exactly.
swapping.
And
I don't want to even partner with the Reed.
Quietly into the background.
And get this physicist. They also are the ones that say the most smack and crap in chat, blaming
for
you
sure.
for problems.
We still have double assassins. Neither of them have changed.
2.
Fuck off. Don't even fucking look at me, Iron
All you
Fist.
have to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You try to do this goddamn console slow walk at me. Jesus, she just got her butt touched.
Yeah, we're really dead.
Oh my god.
Mission area is yours to
Christ.
But gonna be real, Don, Arby's, and Ball, whatever his name is, they've hardlocked their characters.
Oh yeah, they have,
Hardlocked.
none of them have changed.
They captured the mission area.
Dude, what are you doing? Well, at least we got the point at some point. Oh, I'm glad I survived that. Gotcha. Oh, shit. Oh, I couldn't get through the wall.
I couldn't either.
Oh my god, Magic just jumped on my case.
Yeah, she likes doing that. I'm dead.
Yeah, we're running back. Alright, everybody on the point's dead. We're gonna have to regroup. I can lob. Ow! Holy shit, Magneto. Okay, hold on. Just leave. Just back up. She can't get close enough. Oh god. Oh god. I have no leaves. There we go. I can only get one hot on you right now. There you go. Watch out for her ult. God damn it, fantastic. Stop just walking around with your tits out.
Past the halfway point. Us against the world.
Oh my god, okay. I'm taking the ticking damage way further away from, Nice, there you go. Whew. Okay. Yeah, I also do hate, I kind of hate the Eldritch Monument map in this section.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Fuck. She's specifically running after me.
She knocked my ass down. I'm dead.
I'm cocooning.
Control lost.
Man, if I was close enough, I could have revived everyone because I have my ult as Warlock, so.
They've almost got it.
I don't have line of sight of you. Ow.
Oh my god, no. They got the special Magneto.
A good Magneto is shockingly effective. More like Garrett
no,
Marigold
they-
balls. Quit turning me into a ball.
They got freaking Magneto with the Iron Sword now, so, you know, he's gonna kick ass.
Oh, they've had a Scarlet Witch this whole time. She's been here since the Eldritch. She's just been hella sneaky. Okay. I'll just fucking base it then. Too late, Rotates. Rotates. Oh my goodness.
That was god awful.
That was god awful. And it's you have those games where they're like really good, and then when you have bad games in this game, they're so goddamn bad. It feels like you're playing with toddlers. Oh shit, I apparently in the loading part, I clicked a fucking highlight. Damn it. Enjoy your work, Rin. I hate that he got SVP. the last swap to Punisher.
Might as well, we were losing so bad.
No, I've done that before too, where it's just like, all right, if y'all ain't gonna wipe anybody off the map, I'll do it myself. Rolls up sleeves. All right. There's a lot of those matches like that where I end up like, especially early on in season 0 when I would be playing like healer, especially healer, I'd be like, I'm keeping everybody alive. Why is nobody dying? Why is nobody in the enemy team dying? What the fuck are y'all doing back there? Ooh, extreme.
Switch off DPS, Sotrix, if it, Okay, well.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm not the type who fades quietly.
That was the first
into
one.
background.
This is... Okay, we're defending on this map.
Terra's good, and assassins are actually good on this map, but we do need at least one tank.
We'll see what the other person picks, and if
After all these years, saving the
Pick
world
Thor.
still
Pick
hasn't
Thor. The
they
person
haven't picked
pick
yet,
Thor.
they're still waiting.
If they pick Thor, we're good.
Coming in 30 seconds.
I think they're AFK.
Oh no.
No one escapes hell.
We'll stick with this. If we don't get a tank from Jellybean, then I will go tank. Or hopefully if whoever comes in to take his place, because he should get kicked for AFK fairly quick. Although Penny is actually really good on the first section of this map.
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing
I never trust assassins and randoms. Hi, Astral. Here, have a shield. Oh, good lord.
No, Venom said screw you in particular. Then again, I think it's because they knew that it was going to be like that.
No worries, I've got your back.
Render me assistance.
Well, guess what? They're DPS as well.
Oh, Jellybean. Okay, Jellybean went Venom.
Oh, never mind.
Battlefield ready again.
Our other assassin needs to swap out.
I was gonna say, I usually play Hella pretty far back because she benefits from it. Oh yeah, we do have a Strange in the back, so watch out. Alright, healer's down. It's just Strange. God damn it.
Jellybean has anti-venom.
Yeah.
Feeling fantastic.
I just keep putting shields in front of, Oh shit. Oh shit. Gotcha. There's Venom fighting.
Ooh, ow.
Oh, it's Strange. He's just weirdly splitting.
You needed some
Oh,
help.
incoming enemy Venom.
Invisible?
It's also with the Squirrel Stampede. Oh, Jesus, that deleted me. Oh my god.
Yep, they made it actually very strong.
It constantly chases the nearest enemy to it. And it apparently it one-shots me. Because I went from full health to dead. But I think what a lot of people forget is that it's destroyable. You can kill the squirrels. I think they just have
Yeah.
this one.
Bring on the chaos.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I unleash the Vishanti power. Ready again.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Needed some help.
If you can kill somebody. No, there's nobody around.
Better stop that vehicle.
Why is it still progressing? Hello?
Because nobody was on point.
We were standing on it. It wasn't like trying to stop it. Ow! I got fucking juggled. I like Squirrel Girl as a character. I just hate that she's basically Junkrat because it means 9 times out of 10 her fucking kill cams are just her flopping acorns in your general direction and getting kills. Summon Squirrel Stampede to kill a Squirrel Stampede. I don't think they damage each other. I don't think they do either. I don't think they target each other either. Maybe they'll cross on like coincidence.
Damn, I killed 3 people and then died.
Oh damn. That's bad.
I
Actually, do this.
ran out of swords. If I had enough swords, I would have
He
killed
can't deal enough
Squirrel
damage to me through the invisible thing by himself. Backing up a bit. Oh shit, that's gonna kill me! I have 9 HP in a dream. Nope, dead. Is Anti-Venom the recolor for Venom in this game, or is it a special skin?
What, anti-venom? I think it's just its alt skin.
Oh my god.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh my god.
Live long enough to keep you guys alive?
Yeah, I don't... Here, we're swapping to Mantis. Get that Adam bonus.
Shake it up.
Oh god, what is that? Oh, it's Psylocke's health bar that's just freaking out for some reason.
Now or never. Stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
That's our Psylocke, but... Venom ult. Got heals on you. Nice.
And his death is on us.
Trying to get to our Psylocke. She's running away from us. Somebody's behind. Why is there strange flanking? Oh, it got stuck on the... That's funny. It got stuck on the nest.
That's not good.
We are undefeatable.
It wasn't even dealing damage to the nest. Oh my god. Getting beat by an assassin strange. Jesus. God, I forgot how slow Cocoon is.
We are undefeatable.
Okay. Remember too that as Captain America, your shield ricochets. Ah, shit. I don't have anything to counter that right now. Trying to get heals. Oh my god. Nope, stunned. Oh, they didn't kill me. Although he's trying to. Oh, now I'm dead. What hit? Of course it was Squirrel Girl. Just lobbing acorns as she pleases.
Don't give them another inch.
That was funny though. I just started punching the crap
Oh my
out
god, I
of
can't get in there. Oh my god. I picked up Squirgle and Moon Knight for my DPSs. They're good for AoE DPSs. Especially on teams that like to group up a whole bunch. Especially Moon Knight. Moon Knight benefits heavily from just lobbing shots into crowds and watching them bounce around. Christ. Everybody's a DPS main, apparently. Until you get that 1 in 16 game where somebody insta-locks healer and you're just like, oh, my baby. And then they blow. And then they blow.
Hey, no, I didn't do terrible as Mantis.
Moon Knight
I
summons Peter
insta-locked her.
Dinklage to do the Destiny. Moon's haunted in my head. Oh my god. No, I just think of the, there's a lady in my head and she calls me Stud Muffin.
Win this one.
I think that's Gianni pretending to be Master Chief. A Spooderman.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Fwa fwa.
Come on, we need a melee tank. Oh my lord.
Nope. Here, I'll go tank. I'll go tank.
Oh, I went tank. I
Okay.
went tank.
I'm boarding that fucking this Mr. Fantastic. If he fucks it, I'm swapping to a different healer and he can drown. I get better. I get better at bad Mr. Fantastics now. You don't deserve the bonus. You don't get the team up.
Still got a little Brooklyn inside of us, Buck. I have a feeling we'll be just fine.
God, I forget how many fucking superheroes are from New York.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 2, 1.
Beware of mines. Oh, yeah, there's a mine on the fucking door. There's the nest. Oh, hi. What the fuck did I just get thrown by? Gotcha.
Clearly you needed some help.
Whew.
No, I know how to play as Captain America. I just don't like any of his skins.
Yeah, well, what is it? It's the black one. The black and gold one's pretty neat. The falcon head. It's kind of good. I like the
No, I want his
barbarian. I keep
Hydra's
forgetting is Captain America anytime I see it.
But I want his Hydra skin.
Oh, that would be neat.
When he went Hydra.
Sorry, Spider-Man. Oh, it was the enemy Spider-Man. Never mind, I'm not sorry.
That's the boost I needed.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Sorry, Venom.
I love when the webs don't connect to the wall.
It happens. Captain Caw. Ain't no way.
By the way,
Sorry,
our
you were
Mr.
missing 10
Fantastic's
health.
trash.
Who is?
He's trash. Mr. Fantastic's trash.
About to say I've been trying to keep him alive this whole time.
No, he's trash.
Well, at least it doesn't seem like he's repeatedly dying right now.
No, but he's not doing anything. The cyclist, the cyclist is much better. Crap. Right. Trying to keep her attention. Right, I'm out of stand.
I got you covered.
Don't mess with the amazing.
Is he solo ulting you over there? Oh my god, he is. Oh my god, he
Yes,
did.
he
You're halfway there.
There are turrets inside these fucking Metro cells. I just realized that. Oh, it doesn't count me as being on the point if I'm invisible. That's funny. Come here. Come on, bud. Come on. Come near me. It's fine. Not even concerned. I could use a little healing though. Please
He's
help.
still
Please
complaining
help.
for heals.
Please, thank you.
Oh my god.
Almost there.
Who's doing what now? Ooh.
Our
Fine.
Mr. Fantastic still begging for help.
He was begging it for help outside the fucking other room. When he was only down 10 health because I was right behind him, keeping him up. Oh, trying to come around to you.
That's the boost I needed.
Ass me.
No, Bucky. Lay the fuck. Bad Bucky.
Okay. I like Invisible Woman though. I think she's my favorite healer right now.
Yeah, I enjoy it too. I bought her skin as well.
I got enough points for it last night while playing. Heal her! Heal her! Bitch!
Together to victory.
Trying to stay near the point because I'm the only one technically pushing it right now.
I got you covered.
Also, there's something you can destroy here that'll actually rebuild this road, and I don't remember what it is. Because you can like get these buildings to reassemble themselves.
That's right. At least our Bucky's doing something.
Go, Bucky, go, Bucky, go. Go, Bucky, go, Bucky, go. Come here, bitch!
Another epic victory.
If it's red, it rebuilds. Oh. Oh, if I hit B? If I hit B, would it have shown me that it was red? Listen, I'm not saying he had 0 deaths because of me, but I'm not saying it. And foi. Thank you, foi. If it's red, it's... Oh!
No,
okay,
it's
that's
voting
interesting.
For Raptor.
He's got one. He gave it to himself, I bet. And no healers! Hi! Got an achievement. This is achievement.
let me grab my achievements as well. I have like 30 of them now.
Oh my god. How many shots of espresso do you want? Let's start with one. Okay, and now again. This was amazing. Another.
All right, I'm ready again.
All right. Kerschmack.
I have to play as Black Widow, Squirrel Girl, Winter Soldier, and Moon Knight.
I'd probably still have missions for those that I need to do. I just haven't been doing them because I haven't been given the chance to.
I'm actually going to play
Top-notch team to win this one.
as Black Widow for this. This is a very good sniping map.
This is a rocket one if I wanted to play. Oh, or Loki. I can play Loki. Loki. I can't seem to hit the Loki. Moon Knights. Ah, shit. Oh shit, am I tank? Interesting. Destroyed. Okay.
I am the god.
Wait, isn't Doctor Strange part of the tank challenges?
Oh, is he? I think he was. I think I did actually literally just read that.
30 seconds before your
Captain America is too.
Do Captain America then.
Strange Captain America. Yeah,
Wait, do
Strange.
Doctor Strange one?
do
Yeah,
Strange,
because you're
yeah.
almost done with it.
Because there's two missions with Doctor Strange.
Was there.
Do we want to do something stupid with portals or
3, 2, 1.
nah?
Yeah, you really do.
Help get that
Hi, Hulk.
vehicle to its destination.
Oh, whoa. That was a very weird rubber band.
I am strengthened for battle. These mechanical arachnids are no more.
Oh, pain. Okay, that's our Iron Man. I'll face check you. I don't care. Oh, I clicked the wrong button.
Trying to kill the healer. He's almost dead. Damn it, missed my last shot. Stop it.
Ow, ow, ow. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
Usually I create my own shield.
Hulk, Jesus. How has Hulk not been minied yet? he's all up in the biz. There he goes. Okay.
I've been shooting jackasses
him.
in the back. Oh, I'm dead.
It's an Iron Man in backline.
He's almost dead.
Oh, they do have an Iron Man.
Yeah, they have an Iron Man. Iron Man was just like making out with him, you know. Typical Tony, right?
Wait, was he doing the dumb little like teabag looking motion?
By the shades of the Seraphim, I return.
I was gonna say, you can get rid of him pretty easily. Nice.
Gotta destroy his ult.
Yep.
It's spider time!
Did they?
Oh, thank you for knocking me up here.
I was gonna say, didn't
gotta get rid of
Hulk's
the cloaking
shield
backer.
used to be green? Why did they change it to red? I wonder. Oh, here, you wanna guess what?
I thought
Hit
it
her,
was a
bitch.
heal.
That was enemy one. Punch. Die, damn it. Oh, what was taking damage? Nice. Oh shit. Uh-oh. You just grabbed me through the shield. That's hilarious.
How about I just kill him instead?
That's a good strategy. Wait, did we just kill him? Oh, was it a Loki? No.
I think we have a Hulk as well. No, we don't.
I was gonna say we just killed him, and he's already. Oh, I know why. It was it's Rocket's reviver. It was Rocket's Reviver that did it.
Mortal pain is no match for the Sorcerer Supreme.
Oh, I still have 6 seconds on it.
Exploding plasma. Get that vehicle moving again.
Well, I can't outshoot the Hulk.
This is real firepower!
The man-made castle becomes a turret. Every delay.
Who's Red King colorblind? The mode shifts some things.
I have unfinished business here.
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving.
Good lord.
Pulse charge. Good medicine.
Oh, the good. You got him. Got all their healers.
Maximum pulse.
Oh shit. Oh, I ate that one. Please and thank you. Oh shit. I fucking jumped straight into those mines. Castle's fat ass was hiding the mines behind him.
That juicy dumpy of his.
30 seconds.
Shades of the Seraphim, I return.
It's basically a juicy dumpy. I'll switch. No, wait. We need a melee DPS.
Nyom. Ominously hovers, ominously hovers.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
We did get a Thor.
The final 10 seconds. Us against the world. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Judge, jury.
I can't even ping him. He's over here. I can't do this. I can't try and do this. There he goes. Now he looks up at me.
Good news, they were all focused on me. Bad news, they were all focused on me.
Because you're the only person still alive.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
The good news, they're all focused on me because you're the only one left.
I'm sad.
He should have been dead. Under no circumstance should
Sad
Iron
bunny
Man had MVP. That motherfucker should be dead.
I am now Green Bunwee.
Green Bunwee. Jeffa. Hi. I guess I did finish one of the missions somehow.
I did too. I don't know what I did.
I get the little bat spray. Hulk shield being red because yeah. Oh, I don't have
Okay, which
colorblind
one
mode
did I
on.
complete? I got the bad as well. It's because you changed the colors of your stuff. That's why.
All right, this match is gonna be the last one, or that last one was your last one? I have purple and green, yeah. Green is ally, purple is enemy. The next, okay, gotcha.
Swap to another team. I see how it is. Saying that we're bad.
No,
We
he's
can't
got.
account for-
There's other homies to play one of the most popular games currently.
It
It's
was a
fine.
pet. I was trying to browbeat them in this team.
The right here.
Yeah, I changed it. I customized it to the same colors I have on Beat Saber.
No, not this.
No, it's no big deal, Trip. No, you can go play with them. I was just asking. Don't let chat bully you into doing something.
No, I'm just messing with you, dear. Do whatever you want.
I'm not the
All right,
type
we
who
got
fades
one
quietly into the background.
Melee,
is-
one ranged.
Okay, we're
We
pushing.
need 2 tanks.
We can get 2
Where's
tanks
our
for
tanks?
1. We'll see what happens. The number of people too that just sit silently instead of being like, can
Nope, we
can
got
I go
another
can I go
DPS.
something
After all
else?
these years, saving the world still hasn't gotten
They'll be
old.
coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Thanks, Galacto. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go ask the devs and we're gonna get a different announcer because I would like Doom as my announcer.
But you're one of the best spies in the world, Natasha. Your powers make my decades
Well, before he
of
passes away of old age, they should get Xavier.
Thanks.
Oh, Xavier's coming out in the X-Men season, which is probably gonna be next season.
The battle starts in
But
No,
it's
I
probably
mean,
gonna be
as an
Krakoa
announcer.
era Professor X.
2.
So he's gonna be able to
No.
walk.
that actor.
Oh, Patrick Stewart?
Yes.
Victor gotten us into this time.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh shit. Oh god.
Anyone willing to help?
Oh, there goes the building.
Gotcha.
A nice deep freeze. Psionic burst.
Oh, he's back in there. He's in it. He's in it.
Someone's aiming for us.
Here we go.
No worries. I've got your back. Every little bit helps.
Yeah, I gotta be careful with diving them whenever they're right in front of the spawn.
One healer down.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Trying to get you. There we go. Ow, ow, ow.
Clearly you needed some help.
I'm 10 HP. Oh my god.
Are you?
That's much better.
Are you?
Oh, I got shot in the face.
Oh, I was trying to find where you were. I couldn't see you.
Curious little spider.
She got the nest down over here.
Oh yeah, that should be Xavier's finisher when he does like Tony Hawk moves on his.
Oh my god,
There's
the
my
fucking
last
the weird edit that somebody did over the movie.
Deep freeze.
Yeah, that's how he does.
Is this
how
another
you-
Assassin Strange? What the fuck is happening?
Guess
Ow, ow, ow. Oh, hell is up there.
you stuck them in their tracks.
Luna! Luna, heal me! I'm standing next to you! Oh my god! Me and her dancing on the fucking point, and she's just looking at the hella.
Like that's her girlfriend. Don't judge. Star-crossed lovers.
I can't wait to roller people in Xavier's wheelchairs. The thing is though, he's probably not going to be in a wheelchair. It's probably going to be the Krakoa era, where now he can walk. Shit. Don't we have a strange? Nope, nope, nope.
I was getting worried.
Better stop that vehicle. They made it halfway. Stop them.
Ow.
You know when Captain America runs, he sounds like Mega Man.
What do you mean?
Her and Spider. You get a web and you get a web and you get a web.
Count on you, Spidey.
Oh, nice. Watch out, Adam's about to come back. Oh, hi, Magic.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Got the nest.
Feeling fantastic.
Oh my god.
Systems restarting.
Oh my god.
Look out behind you.
It was an honor to serve alongside.
I traded with a freaking Adam.
Agamotto.
I want wheelchair bound Xavier. We'll see what happens. But the people are saying that the expectation is he's gonna be able to walk.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh my god, I'm all the way back at the other spawn. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. He's
Good
solo
news is,
ulting.
even
Nope.
yeah, Captain America's just Mega Man without the Mega Buster. No, what's his name? Proto Man, the guy with the shield. That's who he is.
I deal no damage to his ult.
It's Spider time!
It's not nearly enough death happening. Who was way back there? Oh, it's you. It's Wolverine. It's Wolverine. Hi, Marrow. Gotcha, 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 gotcha.
I'll be ship shaping no.
Hello.
Hello. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Get on those healers if you can, Marrow. Oh, that's not ours. That's ow pain. Xavier teams where Wolverine pushes Xavier's wheelchair faster, that would make a lot of sense because he's probably going to be a strategist, I'm
Still
guessing.
needed here.
I am dead finally.
I died too,
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Gotta keep an eye on
but they're just not dying. What's that ping for?
Better
Well,
stop
we
that
need
vehicle.
on
Is magic up there? She's way in the back.
Anyone willing to help?
Oh shit.
Count a few too many of them.
Yeah, they're very aware of me.
There's still a chance to stop them.
It's I'm trying to get you, but I think it's if I hit an enemy, it pins, but I don't think it heals when it pins.
Now
Oh god, I'm
Like
bad.
it
man.
heals or it deals damage, and there's no.
to serve alongside you, Cap.
It tends to magnetize towards your whatever's nearest.
I was gonna say no. I think it's whatever I hit first. Ow! Ow! Oh my god!
I at least killed the Strange after he ulted.
People are always afraid of Ty, but they just don't know him.
I really want to play. I can't tell you why. I want to play Human Torch because I think he's gonna be fun. He's gonna be another flyer probably.
Now the DPS, great.
Apparently, we already know what his abilities are going to be. Because apparently he's also going to have a team up with Storm.
Interesting.
Hi, Magic.
It's fighting time!
Long range heals, long range heals, long range heals.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Oh, shit. Here, there's the dome.
Us against the world.
Okay.
My time to shine.
All right, they're blinded.
You owe me one.
Rocket's here.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I got stunned and killed. Cloak and Dagger Sniper Healer. It's just better than Invisible Woman, who is like a medium range healer.
Don't you put me out. Don't give them
Because it only goes out to a certain distance and then comes back. Oh!
Range blocked my entire ult.
This is real firepower!
What? Oh, I guess the bugs were killing me. That my dome
We
couldn't
are
even
not
heal
doing
through
enough
it.
damage. We're not doing enough damage.
Oh, we're dealing damage
just
to the
out.
wrong places.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
But their healers are very good. Makes a fire tornado? Yeah. Whenever Storm runs through, uses her ult through any of the fire patches
their
that
name?
Human Torch can put down, it turns into a fire tornado.
Did you see what their name was?
Oh no, I didn't. What was it?
Rule 34 incoming.
Oh my god. Wait. As Hella, that's... Oh my god, she never died. That's not right. This was a fucking trounce. Wait a second. Hmm. 29% accuracy on Winter Soldier. Doesn't exactly bode well.
Wow, didn't give me a vote. I see how it is, Marin.
Oh, I didn't?
No.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I
wow.
thought
All right,
I
reporting.
already did.
I'm reporting your toxic behavior.
Toxicity, I did not get a comm.
They would say, "What do you want us to do?" I'm a streamer. I'm bored.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
I'm deafened. I am deafened by Armstrong.
Oh God.
All right. Red die. Oh goodness. Good night,
I don't like-
Faye.
I don't like Magic's secondary costume.
The nature
Eldritch armor.
one? The Eldritch armor. I
like-
heard like base form looks really good, but the demon form I do not like. Like that armor, sick, awesome, fantastic. This.
I don't.
Oh no,
like
I was thinking
Eldritch
of the iced one. The current store one. Never mind. Because it's where is it?
It's gone. It got removed.
Oh, I literally saw it earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Today was
it
the
was
last
weirdly like
report.
tree-like to my brain.
She like a lumberjack.
I mean, no, she didn't. She looked more like a skier, like a really sporty skier. But like the demon form
chainsaw.
just looked weird. She looked like a tree for some reason, and that just was like, I don't like it.
You know what's funny is I hate her Eldritch armor for her, but her demon form, the Eldritch armor looks pretty cool.
I agree. God, this sword is terrifying in the fucking Dark Child form.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good to go?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, what fresh hell are we going to run into now?
More depression.
More healer shenanigans to be disappointed with our DPS?
Oh yeah.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Okay. Okay. Healer hover. Healer hover. Tank! 2 tanks! Ah! Oh my
Well,
god!
a tank and a healer.
Dips.
I can finally get this done then.
I forget. Hold on, what missions are going on right now? I also keep
Did you
forgetting
complete
to
the
do
stuff for Strange?
I think I know I finished one of them.
Captain America.
30 seconds before you
No,
attack.
you haven't.
Get ready.
No, that's never mind. That's midnight. That's midnight.
Oh, this one over here is Mr.
Yeah, it's
Fantastic,
for the
Moon Knight
one
and stuff.
map.
This one is Strange, but
It's that one map that we're not on.
I'm gonna do Captain America.
Freedoms and I
Smack.
do the
Although
absolute best I
could do Strange, and I would get the bonus from.
Starts in 5, 4, 3,
Yeah.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Moon Knight fucking slow walking. Thinking he is hot shit. Oh my god, he's still slow walking. Oh no, we have a cosplayer.
Easy.
Okay, now he's moving. Hey, Cap.
I am strengthened for battle.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh, yeah, both their healers are dead.
Cap's dead. Good job. Whew.
Double KO.
We need a little bit of healing. I'm dead. Wait, she was right behind me? Why wasn't she healing me?
Alright, I killed 2 people.
I don't know if Lael knows that her E when she's dagger is a heal.
Again. Advantage gained in the material plane.
Did she just use her wave on enemies?
Yeah, she used it in the direction that I was, but I was long dead. I don't know if she knows that it's only healing and like bonus healing and nobody else is on the point. I'm gonna stay here. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Okay. Okay. Whoops. Boom. I keep hitting F instead of E when I mean to go pop. Come here.
No, you don't. They say, be born again. And like, nope.
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
Nemo.
There's a Jeff on the right side.
Right side.
Good double up.
I was thinking, when you said right side, I was thinking it was like this ledge up here. Whew, welcome, interviewer. How was your stream? What were you doing? Mibble Ribble. Who are you playing as? Who's your main?
I need a
Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome to the party. Oh my god, Hulk. Hulk, please.
It's almost yours.
Hulk, what are you doing to that poor man? Oh, whoa! Gonna say that. That's almost always gonna get healers. And all of them are dead. That's fine. I was just trying to delay until everybody else got back.
Shit, I gotta move. Okay.
Wait, the balcony is still up there? God damn. This is very... Oh,
Mortal
they
pain.
didn't capture it?
Nope, they didn't capture it. They fell in a hole.
That's hilarious.
I killed 8 people.
They're all dead, Paul. But I forgot to click it. Lol. Oh, God. Do you have a sprint so it stays on after pressing, or that you have to hold it? I have it so that I have to hold it.
My power.
What, for sniping?
No, for cap. But also,
I
yes, for
can
sniping.
press it.
More often than not, when I use things,
hold it
I
down.
leave them on hold to use.
Oh yeah, no, I have it on hold because I don't want to accidentally do something with cap.
Idealism refreshes
It's also, even for sniping, though, I've seen some people that, when they play, like, gun games, they will do click, click.
makes me
You want to marble rivals? We're in my Discord server if you want to join, Izzy.
A fine place for
If you pop into the green room in my Discord, I can pull you in.
the battle.
We did pretty good on this last match, so we'll probably, on the last round, so we'll probably finish this round.
One. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Are you already finished for the day, Izzy? You already finished with your first fundraiser day? Or are you still going? Did you go from Marvel Rivals to Balatro back to Marvel? I'm heading straight for the objective.
He served a cruel king.
What are you doing there, champ?
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
He didn't like that, did he?
the one below all.
The what power from the one below all? Okay, I don't know that in the comics. What you doing, Namor? What you doing? Uh-oh. Just gonna come hang out up here. Just gonna hang out up here.
Yet.
Too bad there's no crouch.
Oh yeah,
I
there's
love the
not.
crouch right now.
Is she live? Oh, okay. I could have swore you were in my Discord at one point, Izzy. I'll have to give you the cast roll because you won't be able to see it from beginning. Sunstar, if you're still here, can you do... I forget, can the mods in Discord do that? Oh, Rip Moon Knight.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Damn it, why is stream so much fun?
By the
Uh-oh.
eye of Agamotto.
I'm being pushed.
Where are you?
Up top.
Are they behind you? If they're behind you, just come down to us. Oh,
He doesn't know how to
oh
get up
there's
here.
the monstro back there.
He legit doesn't know how to get up here.
Oh, it's Namor that's getting you? He's going back
It was
towards our
Namor
spawn.
and
Area's almost yours.
If he's
was
not coming to the
Namor
point, that is
and-
totally fine.
Mr. Fantastic. Both of them couldn't get to me.
Where is he? Who's he ulting? Okay, they're doing something. Guess what?
The eye of Agamotto.
Hey, gotcha, bitch. I was gonna say a strange ult is a Black Widow buffet. Hey, we nailed that. That went well. All right, let me make sure
Feels so
Izzy has the
nice.
rolls. Okay, yeah, Izzy's already in green room. Hey, Boo.
Another epic
Boo.
victory.
It's a rocket. Oh, hi.
Hi.
I was talking massive shit while you were talking to me
Oh, as usual.
on stream. I was like, you're like, do you want to play? I was like, yeah. And then, you were like,
Hey, chat, I'm gonna need you to write this down for me. Remind me to go check Izzy's VOD at the 7-hour, 6-minute mark.
what was it? You said, you're like, yeah, if you hop in the green room, I'll drag you in. And I was like, you whore, you have access to my stream room. Why don't I have access to yours, you slut?
Oh, no, I'm the only one who has access to the stream room in my Discord. Because
Yeah,
I
I
had a
haven't
problem
helped-
with some people just randomly jumping in. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I have collaborator,
I was
like a,
there.
a collaborator one. So, like, people I trust to be able to like handle their shit.
Yeah, it was an old mod. It was an old mod who would, like, the second stream would end, he would come screaming in to come talk to us.
Ew.
I remember that person. I know who exactly you're talking about.
It's good thing, because it happened to us on a collab.
Mm-hmm.
And then he turned his webcam on.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Are you not doing your puzzle thing?
I already finished it.
Oh.
Wait, it was shockingly short. It was only like 50 minutes.
Wait, is this Zako?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi.
Hello, dear. How you doing?
I didn't realize. How am I doing? I just had caffeine, so I'm a little wired, so I'll be able to crank those 90s into those skulls. So
Hell yeah.
get ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody ready?
Oh my God, Carrie, you did the same thing to you as well? That is horrible.
He would do that with a lot of people that he felt close to. And I remember the conversation we had too was telling him that, like, it's probably a bad idea to turn your webcam on when you pop into any Discord server, dude.
Ew.
But it happens.
It was weird. They just came into the Discord and immediately just had their dick out. It was just really
No,
fucking
it wasn't
weird.
like that, but it was usually they would come in and they would turn their webcam on and they would cry to us about how they feel shitty.
Okay, so the next time I do that, Marin, I need you to like escalate that
Oh, it's not you.
for me. No. I want you to like for the bit. So like me being like, yeah, he came in with his dick out, and you'd be like, yeah, and he would just sit there and he would just masturbate for hours on end, and he wore a clown costume.
All right, so you want to DPS, you want to take... Okay, you're tanking.
Oh no, wait, I want DPS.
Go ahead. This is... Okay,
Oh,
capture.
sorry, someone redeemed the bitch button. Which one is the bitch button? I'm losing track of all these colors.
You know, you're going to have to start labeling them.
Nope, that's the perk button. That's the bitch button.
Bitch, 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 bitch.
I need to label them.
It just
sorry,
makes me think of the dog one. The dog buttons.
Thought in your timeline, but to us,
That's what they are.
trusted friend for ages.
They're dog buttons, but for me.
Yeah,
feel
no,
like
I was
I'm
gonna say,
playing
it just
one
makes
of
me think
those,
of the video
like,
of the
arcade
dog like walking up to the button and slamming it over and over, and it just goes, bitch, 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 bitch.
I feel like I'm playing one of those arcade games where I'm like trying to like hit all the light up buttons.
Oh my
Oh my
god, yes.
God.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It takes a lot to give me the creepy crawlies, but
I think it's interesting that Cap doesn't have a cap on like his sprinting, but Black Widow does. Howdy. Hi, Neymar. Okay, so they're running the full ice combo.
And lightning.
Ow, pain. Ow, pain.
Looks like the mission area is
Sorry, the word's back here.
It's fine. Their cap's almost down. Whew. Thank you for the heal.
Healer right here.
I ran and I died at your arms.
Bonk.
Seriously.
I just died in your
Your arms tonight.
Must have been something you said. Or it's probably Thor's hammer up my ass.
Because cap syrup is more potent. Yep.
That's the boost I needed.
Oh, damn it. I was going to bounce the shield off Monstro. Oh. Fuck you, Monstro. Fuck you, Monstro. Here, catch. Oh, oh shit.
This place is worth a good look.
I am so bad at this game.
I've got you covered.
Namor!
Area. Keep going.
Schmack.
That's right, door closed.
Alright, we're sliding.
Whee!
Sammy whammy. Oh god, the hovering mine.
Fire mode. Another fearsome foe.
That's the boost I needed.
Let's go. Me and you. It's me and you. Beat his ass! Uh-oh.
I am ready to
Oh, damn it.
I had
I'm
to
gulped.
reload, damn it.
Oh, he doesn't know to
Where'd
spit us
Jeff
out the
go?
back. He's going the long way. No, he's putting us in the
Okay.
back line. What the hell?
He's giving us a technical advantage.
Is he throwing?
look out behind you.
Jesus, she went down.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Donk.
Get a Bucky. Hell yeah.
He's just... Jesus. Jesus,
Hell
Buggy.
yeah. I clipped that that person that was back there, or the Thor, and then he was able to get the kill off.
Jeff really wanted to hear again. It's like, here, Bucky, here's where you can kill people.
Stand up for what's right. Who will?
All right, you ready for this? Ready? It's really funny when you have Mr. Fantastic.
30
You're
seconds
just like,
before you attack. Get ready.
Wait, what?
and he does his E where he like runs up to you and humps you.
I'm not eager
Oh.
to put another life at risk on the battlefield.
Cap, Spider.
I still think Mantis's hair is so goofy with this new skin, but the outfit's pretty cool.
You become another Bucky.
I love it. I'm all about it. I love Goku Mantis.
I end up a super cool cyber assassin. I promise I won't blame you. Penny, stop being the funniest person in this game. That's not allowed.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I think you mean Squirrel Girl.
No, because even Spider-Man is funnier than Squirrel Girl.
Oh shit. You right.
Come here, bitch!
The healer's almost dead now.
I was trying to jump on her ass because I saw she got here before everyone else. Uh-oh. My butt. My butt. I'm coming. I got you! I got you!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Should probably shoot the people that are.
I won't punch you to death. I do not care.
Ah!
The mission area is yours.
It's just the most belliest thing ever.
Ow, pain.
Nice, thank you.
Help! Thank you for the heals.
Boost I needed.
Ow, pain.
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay. 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 Smack. Namor. Your ass is grass.
Damn.
What are you two doing?
I don't understand why sometimes I can, after I kick somebody, it gives me the prompt to do the grapple, and then sometimes it doesn't.
Pain, Pecco. Man's built for zoomies. Cap is built for zoomies.
Ready to do some damage.
Live to fight another day.
Captain America's my favorite cat.
Oh god, pain. I need an adult. Oh, I didn't get my Q off fast enough. That's my bad.
Don't worry, Black Widow's ultimate's coming in.
Mind the exploding
Okay, Bucky's ult is ready. We could rush it. I have my ult. And technically if he'll follow behind me. Oh shit.
I'm dead.
Beholds the god.
Oh shit. Namor's ult is also down. Trying to cover you.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Okay.
Together. That's the boost I needed.
Their heads are just too fucking tiny.
Here's Groot's ult. I think I blocked it. God damn it, no.
I stopped his ult.
They fucking bottlenecked it. Nope. Thanks, Bucky. Oh god, the pain. Nice. Let's do this.
Oh, not. Oh, because I used it earlier. I was like, do I not have ult?
Oh my god. We need to get the picks on the fucking healers. They're in the back there, but even with Bucky's pin, he's not getting anybody.
Yeah, I'll swap up.
You think I'm too old for this?
Nah, I think we've already out of this one. Yep.
No, we have next round.
I know we have next round. I was just thinking we're done with this one because there's nobody near enough
Oh,
to
yeah,
the point
that
to
one?
even put it
No.
in overtime.
I was on the next one. I was like, my widow going 6 and 5.
Pure what, sugar? Pure what?
Fighting for.
We just want to beat the shit out of him.
Works for me.
Oh, let's make it really messy.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh god, are we taking 3 tanks? Oh boy.
Yes. Hi, Vivi. Are you still playing Rivals?
She's in, I've noticed she was in the lobby for the longest time. Every time I look, she was sitting in the lobby 1-6.
Hey, nobody told me.
If you want to play, just let me know.
The battle
Oh.
starts in 5, 4,
Oh, they swapped Squirrel Girl.
2, 1.
Yeah, I did.
That's
All
fine.
you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Maybe.
This has a lot of tight corridors.
Yeah,
For
this
this
is,
round.
I think this is my least favorite map in the entire game.
I'm going after them.
Really
Now, if
great.
you see me, I'm gonna stand right here.
I am Groot.
I too
Behind us, Thor.
am Groot. What are you doing back
Thor
here?
behind us.
I'm just being a
He's dying.
hassle.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
They're touching my hams.
Namor's up top.
Oh my god, between the 2 healers, I literally can't bash both of them down because they're right next to each other every time. Oh, Jesus, my health. Oh, I apparently died to Monstro.
We need to fall back. My life.
All right, let me do something else. We'll do this.
I would knit the dimensions back together if it were within my power.
My friends are here! That's one! Push it, Stampy!
Okay.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Wait, did I just hear Raccoon Rocket just say, I'm fucking helpful? That's what it sounded like.
I'm ready to put on a show!
Oh shit. Taking it. Works for me.
Us against the world.
Oh my god. They're all too small and I can't hit them.
Oh, they were all right there too.
Progress has passed the halfway point.
Would have been a perfect Bucky time.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I think Namor DC'd. He's just standing here.
I mean, oh, that sucks.
Ow. I can use a little bit of healing. Rocket? Rocket?
Control seized.
Oh, just oh. Oh no, that's his corpse. I was like, is that him? I'll just go find a thing. Hello?
Are you getting confused about what's a corpse and what's not a corpse?
I was just looking at, it was Rocket's corpse, but I can't find. No, god damn it!
Where were
Behind
you?
us, behind
I was
us.
trying to get fucking heals, and there's just no. Do we not have any? Oh, okay. Rocket's back, but I think Rocket's our only healer.
Rocket is our only healer because the other healer changed to Storm.
Oh, thank God. At least they're gonna be useful, right?
No.
When my wall gets eaten by the movement of the
I'm going
platform.
healer.
They've almost got it.
Wait. We had 3 tanks.
Yeah, we said we had 3 tanks.
Well, no, they changed. It was Zoa who was the other 3rd tank. Bershi changed to a tank at some point.
Oh. They just swapped to Magneto.
I'm not Magneto.
No, they were Magneto before, which is why I was like, wait, we have a 3rd tank? Where did Magneto come from?
I'm
See,
gonna take the blame for that one. It was my Widow.
I was gonna say,
Okay, we're just
it's the
stuck on
thing with
Widow.
when you jump rolls, shit just turns into chaos.
If I would have just stayed Widow, we would have won.
Could have helped. But no, I was just saying, in general, when somebody like jumps from like DPS to healer and like doesn't, there isn't like an obvious like notice or anything.
Invite the Vivinator.
I can do that. I need to run to the bathroom really quick though, because I really got to pee. All right, Vivinator.
Level 48. What a badass.
Vivi's been fucking crushing it. Does Vivi
Go to
want
the
to get invoiced?
bathroom.
If so, I can get her an invite for my Discord. Or we
have
can
to go to
start a
the
call.
bathroom.
Okay, I'm
We're
going to the
both going to the
bathroom.
bathroom. We're gonna hold hands and go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. That means Zoa is currently going to entertain both chats.
Yeah.
Great. Hello, everyone. How you doing? I'm really bad at this.
You're doing terrific. You're the one that has the partner out of all of us. Go get him, champ.
You're like, I got a partner for by being a dumbass.
Hey, you think you're the only one?
Oh wait, that's right. So everyone, hope you're doing well. I need to bring up Let me bring up her stream. Bam. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do straight up just DPS rush, and we're gonna kill everything with just DPS. You know, that's the #1 strategy in this game. Just run blindly forward, try to kill everything, and then die and blame everyone else for our problems, even though we didn't change. So how's everyone doing today? Staying hydrated? Staying warm? Cool, depending where you're at. And yes, indeed. He does indeed say flarking. Flarking is, I think, whatever language he speaks normally is equivalent to saying the F-bomb, so. This strategy sounds phenomenal. Yeah, it's amazing. It's the best strategy ever. You know, just running blindly into it. You know, 6 DPS. What could go wrong? Nothing could go wrong. You'd always win. I wonder how it would be if it's like 6 heals. I've seen 6 DPS and I've seen 6 tanks, but I haven't seen 6 heals before. I wonder how that would go. It'd be
Either
funny,
nobody's
everyone
going to
just-
die or everybody's going to die.
Welcome back, dude. Just run at them and block their bullets with your face. Running blindly, I can take my glasses off.
I apparently got an achievement.
By the way, as chat said, and as I say as well, Rocket says flarking, which is wherever he's from's equivalent of saying, you know, fuck. So,
Yeah, that makes sense.
in other words, Rocket has a very, very big potty mouth.
Doge biceps.
Hells yeah.
Wait, what? What banner is this? Tab 13 has like a terrifying looking banner. What is that?
I think that is for the character that they have showing.
That is
Got
not a
heroes.
Psylocke one. Oh, I forgot. You can limit the access you have to certain things. Interesting.
I like the Punisher 2099 skin. I think it looks pretty freaking cool.
It is a pretty good skin. The 2099 skins, is if they keep releasing ones for different heroes, it's probably going to get better and better. Oh no, I haven't
You
yet.
need to see
Grin, so which one?
Wolverine's 2099. Wolverine's 2099 is freaking amazing. Shame it's not in the game. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. Magic's 2099 she is a robot.
Really?
She kind of looks like what, oh my god, what is his name? The dude that turns into metal in the X-Men. I forgot his name.
Oh yeah, she is metal. Oh, it's because that's her brother, Colossus. Her brother's Colossus.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
I didn't realize they were brother and sister.
Yeah, both of their last names are Rasputin.
Oh. Okay, what? It's Marin Go Round and how the hell do you spell your name?
Psycho.
X-A-E-K-O-V-T. Yes.
There you are.
I haven't changed my name yet, so I will be changing my name soon when I come back to actually streaming. I see you have thing for surgery. I'm recovering from my surgery, so
What surgery did you just get, if you don't mind saying?
I got, hold on, let me accept VV. I had to get a emergency repair for a hernia. 2015 car accident. They did an exploratory surgery.
So not
was
a
healed
fun
wrong.
Also,
surgery.
Grins, no, I haven't seen your meme yet. Where did you put the meme?
lost
I
my
didn't see it in the
navel
meme section.
In the process, so
You don't have a belly button anymore?
no, I do not. I am completely alien now.
Whoa,
That's cool.
that is cool.
Yes, if
83
Vivi's in the
state-
Discord, you can purple her. Give her
Wait,
the
what?
purple. I have Vivi to
83
join.
staples.
All right, Vivi, you should be able to see the green room. If you pop into there, I can drag you in.
VV's awesome.
I have snagged
Yeah,
the
Vivi.
fish.
Hello.
Hello.
Dear.
Oh, hello.
Hold on, I'm gonna put the
There-
fish on top of the orb.
How there was Marvel Rivals going on here.
There is Marvel Rivals going on over here.
Oh shit.
And
we go.
Demon Queen Vivi.
I'm here to provide my assistance in the healing or whatever you may need.
Oh no, we have a bunch of fillers. Nobody's gonna make any decision ever.
It's be great. It's be great.
I'll
All
make
right,
all
all
the
DPS.
decisions.
I was gonna
I'm
say
the
we're,
shot caller. No, we're running all strat. I'll play Adam.
we're running
No,
storm
don't be
comp.
rushed.
Storm come.
All right, everybody ready?
Mhm.
I am ready.
Not yet. I need to get your
Oh.
foogies up.
I am not ready.
Oh, you may not be able to see them because this is here. I'm gonna make a change to because it's already been adjusted. So
No, I just don't have it down.
My Bunwee that you see in the Fugi is going. They're actually actively working on it now.
Wait. Why isn't it?
Marin has to change some adjustments in her.
yeah, that's because
Server.
it's a hidden channel. So if you can't see it, then it doesn't work.
Oh, that's what you meant. My bad. I thought you meant like your Discord reactive you needed to change. I was like, no, you don't. I love your long neck. I love your beautiful long neck.
Thing is, I thought I needed to change just the viewable, like it's visible to cast members, but Sunstar, I think, would remember exactly what setting it is that lets Fugi see stuff. But
My oh my.
yeah, I'll just change it to connect to make sure.
Vivi, you're now sitting on my head.
Oh my god. like a parrot.
You are? You're the beautifulest parrot I've ever seen.
Thank you. That's all I wanted ever to be.
I know I'm going to do during hype trains. I have my Bosu balls, right? The ones that are like the things you can like rotate in your hand.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the regime. I'm just gonna rotate those in my hand.
Juggle
I'm
your
just gonna-
balls.
I'm just gonna rotate and palm my
He
balls.
reminded me. I need, give me
Sure.
1 second. Give me
During
1 second.
hype
I need to
trains.
take my nerve pain medicine. Give me a second.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I was thinking you had just reminded her that she needs to rotate her balls.
Yeah,
no,
rotate
so-
your balls as well. Be sure to do it very firmly.
Very important.
I
Very important.
wanted to say, Marin, you are terrible at going to the bathroom because I was like, we're going to the bathroom together, and then you didn't go. You just like kept staying, and I was like,
I said a
Come
couple more
on.
things and then I left.
I know, but I had to pee really bad.
And you stood in there a little while longer waiting for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I have my headset on, and I was like, I can't go until Marin goes.
A little dance, just like
Yeah?
pee dance. Like, oh, I gotta go. Come on, please.
And then I kicked down the door.
I made the adjustments to the Discord server. If you should be able to, if it's not visible, if like reactives aren't visible, try disconnecting and reconnecting. You should be able to do that on your own.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Did it work? Did they become visible?
All right, I'm back.
Look at me.
No.
No, they didn't.
I have to take. Oh no.
Because we're all playing Invisible Girl.
That'd be crazy.
Because this is always the weird thing when it comes to like Fugi and how Discord interacts.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Refresh.
Because otherwise we have to all jump into like Hora's channel or something. Because I think we're all in Hora's channel. Are
I said, refresh.
you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the Boogie.
Maybe if we leave the
No,
channel and
it's-
come back in it.
No, because if Izzy disconnected and reconnected, it should have like refreshed it. Did you try the medicine drug? We always try the medicine drug. It's lupus. The wonders of
Maybe.
Discord. Thank you, Sunstar.
Oh my God, Marin, you want some of this? It's 800 milligrams of ibuprofen.
Which grade ibuprofen?
sounds like a party.
It's medical grade, as in hospital only.
Because they
Prescription only.
prescription only controlled substance.
When you log out of Fugi, log back in with Fugi. See if that happens. Come on.
If we believe hard enough, it'll work.
I'm changing some of also the at everyone rules just to make
Oh.
sure.
Oh no, it's like not loading.
Weird.
Like Fugi's not loading?
Yeah, now let me try to disconnect and reconnect. Yeah, that's weird.
I think it's just the usual like hidden Discord thing.
It might be that.
No,
yeah.
no. Like Fugi isn't.
Like the
Like
website's not
showing it.
loading.
It's not. Yeah, it's not showing correctly.
Hmm.
We have maybe like a. Can you do it in a different browser? Oh, I see it.
Multiple of us.
Oh, we got it. Yay!
Oh shit!
There we go.
I had to change it. Huzzah!
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 Now,
did
now
it.
Izzy can throw us all around.
Yeah.
I love your long neck one. It's so funny.
It's so good.
No, okay, so this is gonna be fucking hilarious because you can't see you until you talk.
That makes it even better.
Oh fuck, that's funny.
It's pretty good.
It took me forever to figure out who was making these because I originally saw it as like Vizonia had one, but she was like, it was a gift. I don't know who made it. It's like, oh shit, but I want one. And then I was lucky Freya Mari had one and was like, oh, I know who made this one. She sent me the link. I was like, yes.
Oh, awesome.
Fucking crashed through her Twitter DMs. All right, everybody ready?
Yeah.
I am Rutty spaghetti.
All right, Vivi.
Yes.
Here's what's gonna happen. We're running all strats.
What's the strat, Izzy? What's the strat? We gotta know.
Could make
We're
all
gonna
of us
heal each other and never die.
We
And
got
then
it. We got Inselok Spider-Man exactly
is
as expected.
going to kill everybody.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, ball unloading also went rocket.
Okay.
So
that
everyone
works, it
go
works.
strats. Everyone go strats.
Oh, here you do, Mantis. I'll do. Oh no, never mind. Fuck.
Oh god. Oh
I want
god.
to see
Wait.
if this works.
Oh, that. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
I'll play a
I
game
got it. I
called
got it. I see the plan. I just see the plan.
disturbed.
Spider-Man and all strats. Okay.
The game is, can we keep Spider-Man alive?
The fuck we can. He's one of the squishiest DPS in the game.
Stay strong.
challenge is a challenge.
Look, one of our randos is up.
He's
for it, but the other
already
one's
up there.
not.
Caught us by the Queensboro Bridge.
You'll never guess who showed up to save the day. Morbius.
No way.
Things got weirder from there. I'll tell you about it sometime.
Should be 6 healers.
The battle
All
starts
eggs in
5,
Spider-Man.
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
This is gonna go so poorly. I can feel it.
Oh, I guarantee it's gonna
I'm so happy.
He's
Spider-Man's
all
going
the
to
way up
die.
there by himself.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Iron Man. Poor dude.
Some
A little help,
assistance,
please.
please.
Fuck yeah, dude.
My time to shine.
Gonna take down the bridge. Hi, guys.
Kill the healer. Which one's the healer?
I'll get you next to much better.
Welcome back, Spider-Man.
My life
This is so stupid. They'll need to pop us to be able to kill us. Oh, shit.
or a dagger.
Nope, here comes Iron Man. It turns right back around.
Here comes Iron Man. There goes Iron Man.
Oh, hi. There we got a...
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Watch out, there's a Moon Knight.
Oh, Spider-Man almost died.
Enemies are here.
Phoebe's like, I'm going on the hunt.
Yeah, man.
We got places to be, things to do, corpses to find, and make. Oh, Hulk's here.
Oh, they have a Hulk.
Oh.
They had a Hulk.
Got you covered. My time to shine. We are undefeatable.
So stupid. We just really need to watch out for that Iron Man ult.
Yeah, it's gonna kill all.
Yeah. Can't wait.
You need not fear the odds anymore.
And then I can't wait to res this Adam and then pop my ult.
I think what's the funny thing too is we also have not gotten rid of the glass that like every other team gets rid of.
Time to shine.
Oh! They almost got Spider-Man.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Oh
Oh no! It's Bucky!
I ulted.
Oh, the Moonhawk shoes.
There it is. That's gonna hurt. Oh, I got revived. Let's go! Let's go!
Rise, my friend!
Nice, nice, nice.
The fuck it is. The fuck it is. Y'all are in my suck zone. Anyway,
Maximum suck.
This is so fucking dumb.
this is so stupid.
I love it.
And it's even more funny that the other team's like, how do we get past this?
Just use your ult.
you know he
Healer's diff. Healer's diff.
My time to shine.
Thoughts on my new skin?
That turret is dangerous.
Oh no, they have a Punisher.
He's blind. He's blind.
Moon Knight.
Nice, nice, nice.
Behind us, Bucky.
There's also a Moon Knight back there, apparently.
Pride of the neighborhood.
I can't believe the only way to make Spider-Man viable in the current meta is 5 healers, 1 Spider-Man. Maybe I was too harsh on the man. Maybe he was the friendly neighborhood hero we need. He's a goddamn menace!
Strange. Strange portal.
Oh, yep.
Only 60 seconds left.
Maximum pulse!
Heads up. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Ooh.
No. I died. I'm sorry.
You're good, you're good.
How could you die?
Look, you can ask Mary. I
Talking
do that.
about
Why?
my girl.
Owe me one.
How dare you? Nim! Hi, Raiders! We're currently doing a 5-stack of healers and
Don't question
winning.
it. Don't question it.
Hi, welcome, Raiders. I'll
Welcome,
address
welcome.
you after the round
Oh, hi.
happens. Because I have to focus. Healer.
You must feel.
Where
If I
are
don't,
you,
my
Moon
team might
Man?
die.
Where are you?
My time to shine.
Watch that onk. Watch that onk.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
They're strange. He's looking to ult, I think. Too bad he's not getting it.
I don't know.
I
Can't believe we won that.
What?
Win 100 matches. I can't believe that's my 100th match win.
Okay.
Funny.
Okay, Nim. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Have good work with homework stuff.
Well done, well done.
Was that? Oh, it was Nim. I had Nim open too.
Oh, they wanted to know what you thought about the
Oh, the
skin.
skin?
Yeah.
God, this
Forgot
is
to
how,
upvote
just how much
everybody.
healing we spread out among all of us. We all had so little in general.
You know what? I don't want to do that again because it worked, and I don't want to.
You don't want to make a new meta.
Well, I don't want to do it again and it fail horribly. You know?
No. Very
Oh
good.
yeah,
there is an
we'll
achievement,
go up
though,
against
for
the team
doing-
that knows what they're doing, and we're just gonna get absolutely dookied by like a half decent Iron Man.
There is an achievement though for doing full one class and winning.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
all right. So
I think it just might be a
Spider-Man ruined
strategist,
us.
I can't believe Spider-Man screwed us out of that achievement.
How dare
I
you,
know.
Spider-Man? How
I don't know if
dare
there's
you.
one for every class though. I should check. What'd that be under?
Probably the like. Oh, I did get an achievement. What achievement did I get? Oh, it's the 100 matches one. Hey. Yeah, give me that 200 chrono. Probably under heroic journey.
It's time to take my mask off.
Oh my God, she has the highs.
Oh my god.
It's time to get serious.
Oh no.
I actually need to see to win now. I don't know.
I don't know if it's like a hidden achievement or what.
I like that one of the achievements is Puny God as Monster Hulk slam an enemy Loki with World Breaker.
That's actually dope as fuck.
It's literally the movie scene.
I am ready when you are.
All right, am I good?
Yeah, it's not a regular achievement either, like on Steam. So
Oh, weird.
Achievement winner winner chicken dinner. Is that what it's called?
Winner, winner.
I-
What you can do?
oh god, we're playing PUBG. No.
Oh god. Did you know PUBG was still going and still releasing content?
Well, it's bots mostly playing. But
Oh yeah, for sure.
The only good news is the company that owns
You'll need
PUBG
a
purchased
top-notch team to win this one.
Tango Gameworks.
No! I'm gonna get a subpar Ghostwire Tokyo sequel.
You
Alright.
shouldn't get a subpar of that. The CEO is a big fan, so
I'm not the type who fades
I'll
quietly
run
into the
Adam.
background.
Adam.
Hi, Herbie. He's
I'll
doing
be
his best.
maximum edgelord. But I am edgelord.
Heroes, but we always answer the call.
I still need to read the comics for what this map is trying to depict because it seems super interesting. Also, it's
Yeah,
the
no,
one
it's-
point Moon Knight gets resurrected because he's been dead for like 3 runs.
Oh.
Yeah, Mark Spector, who's like this Moon Knight, has been dead for so long, and he gets resurrected by Khonshu because, and I quote, Dracula owes Khonshu money.
Oh, yeah. It's like $5, right?
Yeah.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I'm
Is it a-
bringing you back to life for $5.
get that vehicle to its
Which Moon Knight
destination.
comic was the one where he says random bullshit go?
It's a classic Moon Knight. It's a pretty old one. Probably 90s.
Yeah, it's very 90s.
I just remember the art for the scene. It's one of the older. Good lord.
Much better. Clearly, you needed some help.
Oh, Maestro. Maestro. What's going on over here?
Kill them now.
Invisible?
There's no match. Ooh, there's a magic.
I got you covered.
Ow. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I'm coming. Oh, fuck.
Don't turn back now. Fascinating, isn't it?
Trying to get you, Zoa.
Clear the way.
Oh, I took a nap. It was very delicious.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint.
Oh, we have a
Delicious nap. Ow,
AFK.
ow. Hi, magic.
Clearly, you needed
Okay, they're not AFK anymore. That's good.
Ow, that's gonna kill me. I lived barely,
I jumped into
but I
it.
was still stunned and long enough for them to kill me.
Nope.
Wait, Carrie, you almost burnt your fingerprints off. How the fuck did you manage that?
Oh,
And this
shit.
is why I chose Reed, Namor.
Oh, did
I
we
like
get
that when you're
really
against
painful.
Namor
Oh, yeah,
as
we-
Sue. She bad mouths him the whole time.
No worries. I've got your back.
You, Jeff. Come here.
Don't die.
All right.
Clearly, you needed some
Or
help.
do.
Good
It's
push.
fine.
All aboard.
Whee!
I think to make Adams, like, what's it called, better, they should give a little bit more of his ultimate back. Because it's kind of weak shit.
What do they take from it?
Well, no, I mean, just like, it would be cool to, like, if you revive people with it, to get some of the charge back, you know?
Oh.
Behind us. Oh, we're all swallowed.
Where'd he go?
I didn't sign up for this 40.
He was stuck
You
on,
got stuck on my
on
walls.
the boat.
Hi, Magic. Ow, pain.
Fantastic. Clear the way.
How about I kill 3 people at once?
I got you covered.
I was like, we should not lose that fight.
Oh, I'm sorry you couldn't heal through that. Don't die on me, Vivi!
I'm trying my best.
It's Jeff.
I like how they encourage Herbie throughout the fucking mission if you're playing one of the Fantastic Four. They're like, you're the true hero, Herbie.
Of desperation name.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, shit.
I was nowhere
Oh.
near that.
I did not get to survive that.
That's okay.
You want your hands.
I don't give up so easily.
And I want his.
Pardon me, I'm coming.
Get that vehicle moving.
Bobble, what are you doing? Oh
They were
my god,
all
that was
right there.
depressing to watch, Bobble.
They all just chased me down. Slaughtered me like an animal.
Oh fuck.
They really wanted Bobble Dan.
I was trying to keep Bobble alive, but Bobble was only left clicking. I didn't see any right clicks.
I don't give up so easily.
All right, we might need to go the
I have
strat
ult
support
ready.
again.
I got you covered.
Alright, Vivi. Right behind you. She's behind us.
And this is why it was real anymore.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I
Good
got
stuff.
your back.
Your neighbor is so far back.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Oh shit. Gamer. I'm surprised that their second healer hasn't decided. Oh, there's magic.
Anyone willing to help? Psionic surge. You need
Okay,
it.
good.
I'm out. Clearly you need it. That's much
Oh.
better.
Oh wait, I didn't know I could throw an Ankh onto the device and it moves with it.
Yeah. Oh shit! They've got a Hawkeye. Got him. They had a Hawkeye.
I'm dead. Behind us.
Yep,
Three
yep, yep.
behind.
They teleported in.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I was at the max range of that. He's looking to get me again. Stop
Oh, he's
it.
gonna eat us. He's gonna eat us.
If anyone can do this, it's you.
He ate us?
Herbie.
He ate us. Oh, I missed Tubby. Oh,
He
God.
ate us because they ate us?
I'm gonna kill him.
He vanished, but he's... There they are.
This is why I chose you.
Oh, I exploded.
Cheeky Jeff. Cheeky.
Help! I need Reed to turn around. I need Reed to turn around. That magic is beelining it for healers.
Ow.
Ow, Jesus.
Those arrows.
Ouch.
Somebody kill that hot guy.
I am much bigger now.
Rise.
You can say to, that's not ours, I'm going down.
Yeah.
That was just in time. Us against the world. Thought you wouldn't see me again?
Alright, we've hit a wall.
Yeah. All right, who wants to play support? I know you do.
Are you going to swap to tank or are you going to swap to DPS?
DPS.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Psionic burst. A little help, please.
God damn it.
Oh, he just got saved.
I'll put this to good use. Let me guess. Your name or friends? Force burst. That's much better.
Sorry, Zoa. Reloading. There you go. Have a
Thank
wall.
you.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Shit. I'm dead.
Oh, yep.
Those squishier guys need to die. I need to stop putting. I keep.
Garden already got ult with him, so.
We're almost to
Because they just.
Unfortunately, Doctor Strange's shield was blocking everything.
Light doesn't dispel darkness. And face against the world.
Wait, she just used her ult. Oh shit.
Oh, I wasn't even near that. That's crazy. Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Stay strong, Harvey. We'll get you there.
Oh, what the? Holy shit, he nailed that shot.
Okay.
I'm sorry I could not save you. My light energy flows stronger.
Oh, come on, Hawkeye.
Yeah, the Hawkeye's nailing us.
Scarlet Witch needs to change to somebody else with more instant damage.
I've always been a heavy hitter.
What do you mean? They can hit from here.
Well, no, I mean like more instantaneous rather than kind of lower, whittle down over time. She deals good, consistent damage.
Never miss.
I need a shield. Clear the way.
Come on. Oh my god.
You covered.
Down to 30 seconds.
Okay, okay.
We're out of time.
My life energy
Okay.
disappear.
Fine, I'll play my
Nice,
main.
nice, nice.
No,
I'll
we're
play
doing
my
good. We're
main.
doing good.
That
We're doing
make
good.
you
We got this.
happy?
You don't have to swap.
I need your help. That's
No, I did.
don't let anything
Oh my god.
the final 10 seconds.
That's why we got out of that building.
You'll have to
Nice.
keep fighting until
Hi, Strange.
us against the world.
Ow. Oh shit. Hee Jesus. Oh my god.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Cliff's invisible and pulling Jeff off the cliff after he spits on her out. That's hilarious. Wait, that's genius.
That freaking
Hi.
Oaken Dagger did so much healing.
Oh yeah.
24k.
That's insane. Vivi also did a fuckload of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Bobble hat, not so much. Like Groot cake? Groot cake, delicious.
It is.
He's so chunky with that skin.
Got them cheeks. He got them cheeks.
Doing his job.
Hold on, I finished an event thing. Yeah.
Well, you see, he has to bulk up to block everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, that at that end there, I decided I should go do a 2v1 versus Namor and Jeff and not be on the point. So,
Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do, okay?
my bad.
Okay. Izzy, we got you. We need you on the point. Excuse me.
I know.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I got deleted by Darkchild the second it ended. Alright, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Groot is not my most played character.
Groot has the whole vegetable platter back there. Oh my god.
2 whole cabbages.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Look at this. Instant tank.
Gee, I wonder who that was. I'm surprised Bucky and Cap don't have a team up of some kind.
Hold up. Since you're going Venom,
might.
let's switch Penny.
No,
There we
no,
go.
no. Go Cap.
Go on.
Go if you go Cap and you run down, name a target that you're running down, and I will go for that target, and we will kill that target. because you are a rundown, like a rundown tank, right?
Yeah.
Penny's good at control, and I get that they have a team up, but a team up is kind of meh.
30
Whereas
seconds before you attack.
if
Get
we
ready.
both jump on a healer, they're gonna be very upsetting if we can get
Yeah, let's
there.
hard focus healers.
But we'll carry on.
Or if they have a flyer like Iron Man, it's you don't get to play the game today.
Shut him down.
See, that's the fun thing with Sue, is if you hit them with your I forget what it's called. I think it's called Psionic Storm or something. Her sphere, basically. It drops them straight out of the sky.
Yeah, it's so good.
Here, what do we have?
There's a
Spider-Man?
Spider-Man.
Oh,
And an Iron Fist?
kick my butt, man.
What you doing, big man? What you doing? I'll wait.
Take
I'm
care of
patient.
him.
I'm patient.
Forget that,
All right,
dude.
pick a target.
Cloak and Dagger. I see them. And a Jeff.
Oh, they do have a storm.
Where'd the Jeff go?
Storm just
went
used
inside.
hers.
Jeff's right here.
MG Theology. Theology.
Jeff's
Oh,
dead.
I fucked that
Iron
one up
Fist.
by 1 HP.
Got her.
Gotta get that storm, guys.
I got her right there.
Storm's super easy to take down, but it's the gamer problem. Who knows what the gamer problem is?
Slurs.
That's one of them, but no. The mildly wholesome gamer problem.
Cloak and Dagger.
Nobody looks up.
Iron Fist and Spider-Man just beat the ever-loving shit out of me.
Oh no.
That is a
Spider-Man?
nasty dive combo.
Vehicle to its destination.
As if the winds themselves have been silenced.
Call a target.
There's 2 healers back there. Spider-Man's still about.
It is.
He's like behind us somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch for him.
Yo, he's got. Oh, there he is.
Hector.
There's a door right there. Oh fuck. Ah fuck.
Uh-oh.
Heads up.
Oh.
You going
Don't
up?
have anything to counter that.
I have Spider-Man hard focused on me.
Got her.
Nice.
Where are you?
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay.
Double KO.
Nice. Oh, Jeff behind us. Oh, Spider-Man.
Shit, he specifically wanted my ass.
The Amazing punch you in the ass, man.
Because he just came in after the fight.
I do think it's kind of bullshit that he has 3 web swings and I only get 1.
Is it 3
I'm
or
gonna pop
2? I think it's 3. I think you're right.
Together to victory!
Eat pant, Hulk. Because it's the only piece of clothing that you have. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. Get off of me, Iron Fist. Oh, Spider-Man's in back again.
Yeah, I see.
Oh,
I
good
got-
lord. Oh my god, he got the fucking heal pack.
Oh,
He died. Died for it.
good.
Ow. Ow, dude. How is this Spider-Man so good at getting on me?
This storm never truly ends.
Alright. If he tosses my salad one more time, I'm swapping to, Scarlet.
Feel the thunder.
Get that vehicle moving again.
You have a Wolverine now?
Yeah.
Get your butt. Oh, no.
Nah, I forget you.
That's 4 DPS. Oh, jeez, I just realized that's 4 DPS.
Spider-Man.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Undefeatable.
Coming. Feel the wrath.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice grab.
Nice. Oh, somebody's chasing.
Iron Fist.
We have Iron Fist on us.
Focus on the battle.
I'm not going in there
That man
after
has
him.
Scooter.
Time to do some damage.
I just realized they have a Thideology and then what is Thick Manu?
The checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, they've got double fires.
Spider-Man. Oh, Spider-Man. He's gonna kill me.
I'm coming. He got my butt.
Who is healing that fucking Iron Man?
Winds carry us to
Jeff.
Embrace the light.
Any healing is good. Ready to do some damage.
Got him. Whew.
Beware, enemies.
Somebody behind us? The screams make me nervous. I saw Count pick you. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, Iron Fist.
Alright, their healers are dead. I'm about to go down though
Where
to
are
their
you?
Iron Man.
I don't know where you went, Vivi. I was the other healer.
My time to shine.
Okay, nice.
I will not make the same mistakes again.
Jesus Christ. The Iron Fist and Spider-Man
Hi,
just
Zeus.
fucking dancing around.
So close. This is your big chance.
Let Spider-Man in the building.
So they have an Iron Man now?
Beware, enemies.
He's dead?
That's
In the middle.
Oh no. No.
Nice.
Here we go.
Nice, 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 nice.
Focus on the battle.
Maximum pulse!
Okay, Iron Man's down.
Spider-Man's
Shit.
dead. Spider-Man's dead.
There we go. Just gotta push it in.
Good.
that's what she said.
Is it in? Hey!
That's you. Good job.
Ooh. Very nice.
I like Storm.
Storm is very strong. Very strong now.
The only reason I think we survived that was because of the amazing heals and the fact that we were able to just like run the fuck away if we needed to. Because they kept diving and running in, and then we'd be like, no.
Yeah, it's fucking the Spider-Man and the Iron Fist were just.
Storm's
Going
also
around.
really good at countering dives because they come in and they have to like be near her, and her whole thing is you don't want to be near her.
That's my bad.
Yeah, Storm is a fun powerhouse to play with, especially with Thor.
She's just, well, she's just so
Something.
strong now too. It's so good.
All they did was basically like she had like a very tiny like I think it was like she went from dealing 35 per second to 40 per second, and then her cooldowns got reduced.
Yeah.
The cooldown for her goddess boost went from 20 seconds to 15 seconds. All right, am I good?
Yeah.
Ranks, they just hit Celestial. Yeah, Fist. Yeah. What's up, Ghost Hell Rider?
You'll need a top
Boy, when are we getting Ghost Rider?
I know. I want
We're
Ghost
doing the
Rider.
same
that
thing
way.
again.
Ghost Rider would be pretty sick to have like a chain.
Grab him. Get over here.
He'd be
But which
interesting as
Ghost
like a,
Rider?
kind of like a fast, kind of like a speed character. Oh, Tonkin.
Which Ghost Rider though? Which one? Because there's multiple
An
ones.
idea that will never die.
I like the newest one. I think the newest one has the coolest design.
I'm trying to remember his name. He had like the
Ghost Rider,
skull
I
helmet.
get it.
He has like the skull helmet and rides like a crotch rocket.
Yeah.
Freedom doesn't come without a fight.
Ghost Rider, but it's a motorcycle riding a ghost.
I think,
Exactly.
if I remember correctly, for that particular Ghost Rider, he doesn't have the spirit of vengeance. He's possessed by a fucking ghost from hell. So it's like
Robbie,
his story.
yeah,
He's not
Robbie
the
Reyes.
original like Ghost of Vengeance. That is typically like what Ghost Rider is. There's a difference between like an entity that has a purpose, like the spirit of vengeance, and then the ghost, which is I can't think of the guy's name.
in 5, 4,
But the things I would give to have a Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider in this game.
I know.
Oh my god, that'd be fantastic.
No, you don't get Nicolas Cage because Nicolas Cage would never do it. You get
I mean, he
what's
did
his name?
DBD.
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
Yeah, he voiced himself in
Yeah, he's in
DBD.
DBD.
Oh,
Let's go! Fuck you!
that would be sick.
Yeah.
Ow,
No,
pain.
what you need is
Ow.
what's his name? The guy who played Alice. Or fuck.
Come here, raccoon!
Can't think
Jeff,
of
I got the
names.
Jeff. I got the
Good
Jeff.
lord.
Resident Evil.
Thank you for the
8.
heals. And take a bubble. Namor!
Trying to get
Get down here.
You got Rocket? Got
Get down
Rocket?
here, Namor. What do you beat your ass, Namor? God damn it, Jeff, fuck you. Coming back.
Nice. Good job.
Oh, his kids played DBD. That's why. What's
Wait,
the
what? Treat
People's
yourselves,
Kids'
get to
kids.
top 500. Ugh.
Treat yourself.
No, who was the guy who played Asterion in Baldur's Gate?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I can't think. I'm terrible at actors' names.
Because the
I was not aware you could put monsters on the side of things.
in Resident Evil 8, his character was like based off of a few people. One of them being Nick Cage, the metal guy who controls metal.
Yeah.
Neil. Yeah, Neil
Heisenberg.
Heisenberg. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing it and being like, "Is this just fucking Nick Cage? What is happening right now?"
Help,
Hope
friends.
that spider
I like this
Think
Jeff.
what
This
happened.
Jeff is working so hard to keep everybody topped up.
That grid is lagging out.
Yeah, he's not doing so
Oh my god. He just rubber banded for a second on my screen. Punch, 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 punch.
Yeah, thank you, Bone. Neil Newborn would be dope as a Ghost Rider. They couldn't get Nick Cage.
Oh! I say catch and then I just eat her fucking snowball. Oh, they're both literally killing me.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Nice.
Keep up the momentum.
What is happening? I just see a bunch of gunfire everywhere.
Remember, 12 gauge beats Thor.
That's true.
Get your ass back here, Jeff!
nice.
Jeff said, uh-oh.
We just sprint. We sprinted this house. We sprint. We're moving. We're
I hear
moving.
Namor's flappy feet up here.
Soggy.
Go!
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, she just fucking used her heal. Her ult when it was just me. Oh, hey, it's not just me. Come here. Oh,
Bone! Thank you for the donation!
So weak.
The Bone Collar.
bone caller.
Yeah, boom.
Speaking of Bone, don't you play this game?
Bone probably does. Oh, pain.
Oh!
Take nap here. Take nap here.
Does Bone Collar want to play? And I called the Bone Collar?
Oh, the squirrels!
Ow.
Max,
Oh no,
I don't know
I
what
did.
I wasn't paying attention. I was reading chat. I'm sorry.
The squirrel just popped
failed
off,
you.
apparently. Are you winning? Hi, Ember.
It's funny because we have
stay down.
everyone has got alt now.
I don't, sadly.
God. Damn it, Marin.
Squint. I used it just a minute ago when me and you were fighting.
Vehicle moving again.
Alright. We're going in.
Jeffa. Come here, bitch. Ah!
Oh wow, that Iron Man just.
Bitch.
Great job, Vivi.
Come here.
You were sitting on the cart.
I killed Iron Man post.
Bone color just opens Marvel.
Hell yeah. Is Bone Collar in your Discord?
I don't know. Keyshawn, are you in my Discord? Keyshawn wants to join too.
Keyshawn again?
Keyshawn's always about. That was a good match. This is a really good match.
6 stack. You know what that means?
Means we're gonna get absolutely clobbered by other 6 stacks.
Oh, yeah?
Because we're poggers and we're gonna kick their butt.
I'm pretty sure Bonecaller
Exactly.
is in my Discord. Bonecaller, if you're in my Discord, you should be able to see the green room at the bottom. If you pop in there, I can drag you in. To join Discord, but I can join the game. Okay. 6
My
stack.
math is really bad. Thank you, Fable,
Kin
for the
Bushes,
donation.
thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I
think it's
feel
time
like
to
there's
turn
or is
green.
it Kin and Bushes?
If you know what I mean.
Green.
Bunwee time.
I almost to this day I still think of if what happens if I had gone instead of red, I'd gone with like a forest green.
We are now at the marker for...
And then I don't think Bonecaller has me added yet. But my name's the same on everything, Bone. Capital
Thank you,
G,
Bones,
capital
on
R.
mine. You can just send him.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow.
He's
oh,
in
wow.
He's in the green room.
Okay, gotcha. Wink. What was you up to, old man?
Oh, just getting my tea for the evening.
I thought you said teeth.
Oh, well, you know,
Like your
Like you had to
dentures
pull
were
it out of the seltzer water.
And you were putting your dentures back in.
yeah, that would have been more clever, which is why I didn't think of it.
Thank you, Fable. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's finally my weekend.
Hell yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Nice.
Have you been slaying? I've just been working.
Of course.
I know. Thank you for the thank you for renewing your
We
season
always
pass.
slay,
Welcome
especially when
in.
VV's
Enjoy
here.
your
I
running
feel like
ball.
I get a slay boost.
Slaya.
Slay. Slay spam?
Let's hear.
Slay spam?
Can we get one of those from Bone?
A sleigh? What?
Slaya.
I love you, gay Santa.
All right, everybody ready? I'm going to live under the assumption that our one console player is always ready.
Yes. Well, I'm not the console player.
I can't believe the cracked artist is a console player.
There are several cracked artists in this call.
That is true, but
you very
the
much.
but the action crack. Well, never mind. That's also you.
I'm not judging.
Never mind. I can't make an
MVB.
argument here.
And also a crack shot.
I'm going Mantis.
Okay.
I want to go. Adam. Adam.
All right, Kashad, you get a tank, you get a DPS. It doesn't matter to me. DPS. All right. This
Do you
is
think
capturing.
it would be kind of funny to
I'm gonna get in their face.
after this round?
I'm gonna get in their face.
Can we try the all strategist run again?
Oh, do we want to do that right now?
No, not right now, but
Okay.
after.
Do you want to do it in the next round of this game or in the next game?
We'll see how bad we get our ass kicked.
Okay.
All right, sounds good to me.
I think the one thing that should have been destructible in this room is this giant fuck off chandelier. Let me punch you.
Yeah, you'd think, right? Like, there's no way that this thing is not somehow fragile.
It's made of vibranium glass. That's the thing, right?
I wouldn't doubt it. And I mean, this is technically like an intergalactic civilization, which you don't even want to consider the fucking timeline for how this shit works.
All you need to do is
Thank you for the raid, Amy.
got it.
Hi.
Okay, let me go ahead and punch the stairs. Smack.
Aaron, you're so fast.
Places to be, things to do. Excuse me, coming through. Who the
I
fuck
saw
just jumped over
Spider-Man
here?
go flying across the screen.
Deshaun's getting gangbanged over here.
You going?
Trying to push
Taking
both
both
people off the
tanks.
ledge.
I can't remember, but
Over
get in here. Come here, Spider-Man. Face me. Face me, bitch.
I got you.
Where you going? Where you going? Spider-Man. Bitch. Woo, you tried. You tried. Both of you tried. Let's go. I'm too juicy for you.
Go to sleep.
Oh, come on, give me the headshot game.
Ow, jeez. My hams. My hams.
Yeah, I set Izzy up for a headshot, and the game's like, nah, you missed.
Portal.
I missed. Missed. Oh. Portal, let's go. Woo! Oh, too much heft. Smack.
Oh,
Come here, Rocket. Where you going? Jesus, Wolverine, no. Oh, no.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah, Wolverine shreds tanks. That's his whole shtick.
Yeah. Does damage based off max health. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's the only person. Well, no, I think Scarlet's primary fire does % damage.
It's a pretty cool looking cursor you have there, Vivi.
Ow, ow, ow. Rocket, get your ass down here. Can't fucking reach him. I can't fucking reach him.
shoot. Oh, there's a Butterman on my butt.
Oh my god. So they're just all dive. They're just all dive. So
Then my ult right when he did his ult.
we need something that can like survive that. What could I swap to?
You know, oh.
He missed his ult.
What, Spider-Man? Oh, I popped my ult when Spider-Man popped his, so I just...
Ow, ow,
everyone
ow, ow,
couldn't
ow.
his damage.
But it would just we essentially need something. What would be a good tank for that though? Penny?
If I could hit my shots.
Coming. On the point, on the point, on the point, on the point!
I think that would be the key, right? Is if I could actually hit my shot.
Nice. Trying to hold the point. Oh, Jesus. You pushed me off. Fuck you, Wolverine. Jesus, how long do his swipes last?
Forever.
They just, oh, he
He's
just keeps
also
going. He
16
literally
and
just
0.
keeps going.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Good God.
Yeah.
Kid
Yeah,
dwops.
that entire match is pretty much Wolverine does one combo and I die.
Yeah.
That was it.
Oh, how was the FNAF lore?
Come without a fight.
FNAF lore?
Yeah, Callie was teaching Amy all about FNAF lore.
Oh, no.
Freedom's an idea that
I know how to
will
settle
never
this.
die.
All right, I'll swap to something.
Get ready.
This is gonna be dumb, but I'm still gonna try it with their dive shit.
Commune with ancient gods once in a blue moon, right, Doc?
If I knew how to play Hulk, I'd play Hulk, but I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't.
It was a nightmare for the both of you.
Always listening.
But just Hulk gets strange and Iron Man are really nice stuff.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh,
I hope this is important. Reed and I had a date night planned.
same page. Hello, Spider-Man?
Make them pay.
Oh,
Ooh,
Spider-Man
what's that lag?
Anyone willing to help?
Nice, good job.
Looks like the mission area
Ow.
is yours to capture now.
Healer's on the side by herself for some reason. Ow. He grabbed two of y'all with his ult and then threw them into me. That was a good Wolverine ult.
This storm never truly ends.
I will give him that. That was a very good Wolverine ult. How long has Bone Collar been here? Second game?
2 minutes.
Like, not very long. Not very long. for all that it's worth.
All right, hold on. Where are we? Are we together? No.
Oh, hi, Spider-Man. What the fuck? You just teleported right in front of me. How did you get here?
Enemies on you. You're welcome.
What?
I heard it's spider time.
Spider die, spider die.
How did I die?
You died very fast.
Wolverine just shreds. That's been all he's doing is just picks tank and shreds them.
Why can't we kill him?
Well, because in season 0, nobody knew how to play him, and now people know how to play him, and they buffed him because no one knew how to play him before.
Damn it.
Spider-Man behind us.
Yeah, come towards point.
Both their healers are dead. Oh, Jesus.
I'm not dead. They're trying
No,
to kill
they're
me.
healers.
Here, we got him, we got him, we got him.
No, I was saying I killed both their healers with my ult.
I might die though. Ooh.
I fell down. That's not good.
Nice.
Me and my mission.
I can use a little bit of healing. Please heal me, Showa. Please heal me.
No.
No, please. I'm hurting. Thank you. Oh. Definitely take an armor pack.
Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
I've always been a
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Nope, going up. Their healer is playing some sort of solo agent nonsense.
This is real firepower.
Whew.
Happy to help.
Oh, whoops. Oh,
Well, okay.
Jesus.
So he just canceled my ult by grabbing me.
Yeah.
area. Keep going.
He deleted me. Just his explosion landing
Spider-Man's
alone was enough to kill me,
home.
apparently. I'm coming back. Also, as Rocket is just stationary. Hi, Spider-Man.
I'm stationary.
You're welcome.
No, enemy Rocket. He was
Oh.
just standing on top of that little ledge.
Do some damage.
Okay, I could do something dangerous, but I
They
kind of
put an ammo
want
over
to
here.
do it when it's countering something.
Spider mode.
And I definitely can't do it during that ult.
Nice. Go, Venom.
Behold the god of thunder!
Got the, ooh, shit.
Come here, bitch! You want to name yourself Get Solo Ulted? I will solo ult your hands. I don't care.
Rocket killed Rocket.
Nice.
Oh no. We've done it again.
We did it. We did it.
All right, just gotta do it again.
So,
I am
Again.
and proud to be one.
I just realized. Oh,
We hope you prove worthy this
you gotta talk.
I didn't realize you could interact with the armor.
is an honor.
30 seconds before you attack.
This game is AI origin story.
Yeah, they were calling us bots.
Yeah, they calling us
after
bots
the
earlier.
first match, and now it's like, yeah, yeah, right. That's right. Rise of the AI, rise of the machines.
going to get a lightning bolt where the sun don't shine.
I was talking about the technomantic evolution, but okay.
That's the most terrifying.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Storm just fucking telling off Strange.
No,
all you need to do
let's talk
is
about
capture the
Vivi.
mission area. Got it?
being like, I'm learning.
Learning.
We're gonna have a
I
problem.
see the patterns.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
I'm at the point.
Right behind you. Hi, Venom. Ow. Ow.
Oh,
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Strengthened for battle.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Mistakes again.
Thor's keeping the healers away from you guys. Oh my god.
Nice.
I'm dead.
Yeah. Alright, Punisher's up top of the turret.
Oh, hi, Thor. Ow. Ow! I swear, the fucking... I think every time I'm looking at Spider-Man, my computer just lags when he does things. Because I'm looking at him and then he's in my face. It's not like I see the slide-in animation that I see in the kill cam. I think it's my computer just going... Fuck that, I ain't rendering all that.
I did not want to throw it that far. Good
I'll
God.
put a portal down.
It bounced. Sorry, dude. It bounced off the wall on the floor.
Someone needs to take care of that Punisher.
On it. Ah, shit, he's gonna fucking delete me. Oh, never mind. Got him.
You need to try to kill him as fast as possible. Thank you.
Oh, god damn it.
There you go.
I was trying to get the fucking Spider-Man. I was about to right-click him, but Thor apparently decided to drop on my head.
Truly ends.
Oh, leave me alone, Thor.
Everything.
God, they are not letting me have a fun time right now. Watch behind y'all.
Spider mode.
Okay, Punisher's dead.
Jordan behind us again with the healers.
Damn. My heal didn't get to you in time.
Damn it.
Infinite ammo.
He's gonna hit. Oh, Thor, leave me alone.
Always put a heavy hitter.
Oh my god.
Happy to help.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Nice.
Fight for life!
Beware, the Punisher's culling to.
Watch out for
The
Spider-Man.
rest of
I'm
them.
down.
Go. Nice.
Oh, Thor's killing me. Thor's killing me.
Gotta be really careful. Okay. Oh my god.
Judge, jury,
Already? Jesus.
executioner!
Oh, he did technically just get to play around on his turret, so that makes sense, actually.
How did he not die? Holy shit.
Any healing is good healing. I lift up my comrades.
Oh, Rocket died. Actually, both their healers are dead. Ow, stop! Healing, please! Spider-Man.
And Venom.
Speed is everything.
You guys turn up.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh my
Put some armor
god.
down.
He has almost no health, by the way. Got him.
Behold the god of thunder!
Just gonna go above him.
Trying to keep you healed, Bone.
Alright, ulting.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna take their healers.
I'm trying to keep an LOS.
Alright, both their healers are dead.
Spider-Man's on me. Oh, I'm dead. I'm down.
Oh shit, I may die to that.
Crap.
Oh, Punisher wants my
Wow.
fucking guns. Who do we have again? If I remember correctly, Penny, I think if Penny right clicks him, it can stop him.
Yeah, there's only
Yeah,
one
it-
issue.
You'll have to keep
We're all
fighting
dead.
until we have a winner.
Well, no, I was just thinking if that's a strategy for next time it happens.
No, oh, trust me. I tried. You know what happened? I died.
That's understandable.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
We almost had them beep boop.
I did not want to see that. Get out of that.
You accidentally click the highlight.
Mm-hmm.
I always do that. I'm like, why do I keep doing
I wish that
this?
they would make it so it's above the person, like a little camera or something.
Or hell, even just make
yeah,
it a separate
something-
button over the top of your head that says highlight.
Yeah, precisely. Make it like foolproof. Like you have to have hit a specific thing to make it work the way that does.
All right.
Yeah, no, the hardest part about trying to get Penny's stun off is that it's on cooldown constant.
All right, guys, that's going to be the end on my end. We're going to raid Izzy. We're going to raid Izzy. I'm probably going to keep playing if she'll have me, but we're going to raid out. I'm getting a little bit tired. We're going to do the arrive. We're your problem now. We'll be back tomorrow, guys, 4 p.m. CST. We're going to be playing some more Star Wars Outlaws. We're going to be checking it out a little bit more. So I will see you guys then. Have fun. Give Izzy some love. She's also raising money for her hospital stay after her coming up surgery.
Oh, I see you.